Alright, friends, let's get rolling. Alright. How are we doing? Welcome in, everyone. Mod abuse, just as we get in. Welcome in. Parse, Sen, Female Eunuchs, DJ Interrupter, Chodele, Banjo. Stop it. How's everyone's Thursday going? Freddy, ooh, Chodele, that's me. Welcome in. How's everyone been? I'm honestly having like the biggest brain fart right now. Did we have a Heap stream this morning? Back-to-back meetings and forced socialization today. No, Chode. Okay, we did have one. Oh, right! We had Come Gremlin call in. Okay, alright. I swear to God, everything's running into each other. No, I was 100% there. It's just, this is how today has been, okay? Today has been exactly like this. Like, it's just been shit. So I feel you. You have certainly been. I mean, listen, that's my mood for today. My mood has been just... I didn't follow because no one acknowledged my presence. Oh, no. Yeah, no, addicted to much. I now that we're talking about it, I'm like, yeah, of course I was there in chat, but like, I was talking about how I don't take care of my teeth. Listen, I didn't used to take care of. Oh, whoa, hold on. I'm trying to get the fucking link for you, chatters, and hold on. Let me get the link. I forgot. No. Link the YouTube's up. Go give it a like. Please. Give it some engagement. Let's get a red chat going, huh? Although the chats are supposed to be merged, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I was talking about how I didn't used to take care of my teeth. There was just a period of time where I didn't go to the dentist for like, I think it was like 3 years in a row. No, it's longer than that, right? I didn't have the greatest insurance. In fact, I had no dental insurance at one point. I had like, it was basically like Obamacare, right? And this was when I was in college. And barely any dental. And I didn't go for like 3 years. And not only that, but I wasn't flossing like you're supposed to. And the thing that happens if you don't floss, right, is you get like the buildup on your teeth, on the bottom of your teeth, right? Like you get the plaque buildup, right? But it turns into, I forget what that's called, because I think plaque is just like the, is plaque like just the buildup? It hardens into something. I'm blanking on the term for it right now. But, it hardens over time, and it basically becomes not as hard as your teeth, but leaving this converse too gross for me. Well, just to cut short the gross stuff, like basically it can chip off. And I remember going into the dentist and they were like, "What the fuck? When was the last time you came in?" I never got calculus. Okay, that's the word. I don't floss, but I never got... Yeah, okay, so apparently some people are more prone to developing it than others. And apparently I was someone who absolutely... Like, I don't need to go to the dentist, necessarily, but I do need to regularly make sure that the calculus doesn't build up, especially on the bottom teeth. Like, my upper teeth are fine. So... Yeah, I remember having a heart attack when I, like, basically chipped off part of my tooth, and then I realized, like, oh, fuck, no, okay, right, it's not my tooth, thank fuck. But yeah, it was a fun time at the dentist. It was not a pleasant, like, experience at all. Like, I felt like, you know, those, you know, like, the horror stories in dentists. Actually, hold on. There's literally, like, a scene in, like, Dentist. You know that, like... You know that scene in Finding Nemo where, like, someone's getting their teeth done? Actually, no, this is like when all the fish are like fucking around and like everyone's freaking out and like the little kid on the other side just hears like the drill going and is like, and sees the dentist like flailing and he's like, what the fuck? I've chipped my tooth before. One of my front teeth is half fake because of an accident. Yeah, one of my front teeth is actually fake because I had a friend who threw a boomerang at me. Like, it was a real boomerang. They actually had a real fucking boomerang at their house, and they threw it at me, and it like chipped my tooth. It like cut my tooth clean in half. So yeah, I have half of a fake tooth inside their house. Yeah, I no, it was one of those decorative things, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if it was a real, like when I say real boomerang, it was a boomerang that they had gotten from Australia. I don't know if it was like an actual functional. It seemed more decorative than anything. Had no one has heard of that, friends said they, but they threw it inside. Yeah, they were just like fucking around and they threw it at my face. Was it symmetrical? I think so. I mean, we didn't. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking, okay? She wasn't thinking. But yeah, it like split my lip and knocked my tooth clean in half. And the funniest part was that because we're kids, right? She's like, "Oh, please don't tell your mom." I was like, "Bro," I was like, "Listen, bro, I can't not tell my mom. My tooth is literally in half. Like I'm holding half my tooth." They fucked around and I found out. Yeah. The symmetrical ones are returning boomerangs, the non-symmetrical ones aren't. Okay. I mean, this was a heavy boomerang. For some reason, I remember this being heavy, or maybe it's like in my memory, it's heavy, you know? I think it was more decorational than anything. I think it was something that you like have on your coffee table or like, damn, so I snitched. Holly, I had to! You know what was the worst part about that was that, for whatever reason, I think this was like right before my like summer vacation, like literally a day or two before we were supposed to leave to go to Sri Lanka. And so my mom was like, okay, just like hang tight until we can get to Sri Lanka and like go see the dentist there. So for like 2 days, I just had like half of a tooth. And for 2 days, I had to make sure that absolutely nothing touched my tooth. Like, I had to eat food, like, in this corner of the mouth. Because it was just literally, like, just exposed. Just a fucking... Why would I go to a Sri Lankan dentist over a Canadian one? No, Holly, this was when I lived in Saudi Arabia. Plaque talk, Bursley. No, Turtle. We're talking about teeth. Not necessarily plaque. So this was my mom choosing a Sri Lankan dentist over a Saudi Arabian one. But yeah, it's I know not everyone's into the tooth talk. We can be done with it. Canadian, yeah, Canada's have dental. Yeah, that is true. I will say, for some reason I thought that it was like basically part of everything, but I think that Canada has the same bullshit that like America does with their dental and vision, where they don't consider it to be like the same kind of medical health as everything else. Teeth are just magic fine, but yeah, teeth are luxury bones, okay? You have to pay a subscription fee in order to be able to continue using them. Which is really shit. We know how we feel about subscription, don't we, chat? I went back to Iran for my dental care. Honestly, Fars, I'm not joking. That's like, so the tooth that, you know, broke in half because of the boomerang. It's time for me. It's been past time for me to replace that, right? Like, I had to replace the, why is my camera so wobbly? Wobble. The metal murder. Yes, Pars. We're gonna get through the rest. We're gonna finish off what we had. And then yes, we're gonna be watching that. But basically, it's been past time for me to completely replace that tooth, and like, because part of it is the bottom half of that tooth is still mine. Like, that's my real tooth. So it's still there. It's just that the top part has to be periodically like replaced or whatever. And it's past time for me to go do that, but it's so fucking expensive. It's not, none of it's really covered by like the regular dental plan that I have. So I'm just kind of waiting until either my tooth forces me to make a decision or I go to Sri Lanka, because it's probably going to be way cheaper to do it there. I know a lot of people do like medical tourism in that way. Low income, you can get it reduced to as much as €0. My wisdom teeth cost me $700, but I did choose to have a happy gas. Yeah, it's basic dental coverage with healthcare filings, cleanings, extractions. Yeah, total. I think that most dental plans will cover at least like a yearly visit, for example, right? And like the general stuff like the cleanings and stuff like that. But anything more than that, and that's when it starts to like, okay, no, you know, most dental plans don't really cover that sort of thing. Forget about if you have some kind of specialized situation, right? My wisdom teeth are coming in. Yeah, mine have not come in. And I don't know if I should take that to be, like, if I should sigh, like, you know, if I should just have a sigh of relief and just say, okay, they're never coming in. Or if I should, like, just, I don't know. I don't know if I should ever let my guard down. I feel like it's been past time for that stuff to come in. And, yeah, I don't know. I think it's been past time. I don't know. It's a skill issue. At what age can you say, okay, well, what point can you, like, say, okay, if they haven't come in by now, you're probably safe? They're coming when I'm 50. It cost me 20 million. What is this currency for my wisdom tooth removal? Even though more involved stuff isn't that expensive, don't quote me, it's maybe a couple hundred. I would die. I would kill for a couple hundred, paying a couple hundred instead of like $2,000 or whatever it was that was quoted for the replacement. You are never safe? Jesus. Well, I guess I'll just wait. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Admiral, welcome in. How's it going? You might have them under your gums. The last time I got x-rays done, they didn't mention that, you know? They didn't say anything about seeing any wisdom teeth. I think they would be able to see it, right? Like if they were under my gums. You are never safe. Not specific to the tooth question, just in general. Jesus. Some people simply don't have any. Yeah, unfortunately for me, now I will say the unfortunate thing for me is that while I don't seem to have like the wisdom teeth coming in, I did unfortunately inherit my dad's like tooth gap. So I have that tooth gap, right? But luckily what I don't have is his, I forget what it's called, but basically he has like an extra tooth that came in. Like from the top. And I seem to have just gotten like the tooth gap part of it. So I don't have anything coming in from the top. So that's nice because it means that I don't have to go through like any bullshit, like how do I deal with it, you know? Because I don't have space for another tooth. Like, they wouldn't be able to just, like, shove it all in with braces or something. I would just have a fucking tooth, like, just sitting on top of my every other tooth. They use braces or pull them. Right, but I don't necessarily have space to do all that. Hopefully you never need your wisdom teeth removed. It really sucks. Yeah, I fingers crossed, Admiral, that it doesn't happen to me because I'm almost 32. Wait, hold on. How the fuck old am I? Jesus, please don't. How the fuck old am I? Okay, yeah, I'm almost 32. I didn't have space for 4 teeth and had them pulled. Jeez. Yeah. Again, they haven't said anything. You are old. I am old. I'm very old. I am old. Alright. So, hold on. Grandma Beans! I'm not that old, come on. So, today we're gonna finish off, the rest of the Jordan Peterson versus Matt, video. And then afterwards, it's okay, soon I'll be 26. Afterwards we are going to be watching, let's see. Where is this? We're gonna be watching a coffee house crime video. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Oh, whoop. It was totally chill when I had my wisdom teeth pulled out, even had to break it. Yeah, what? I was chewing pizza on the opera. Jeez, this turtle. Why does that sound so, like, that sounds like, okay. You know, I'm even older. Yeah, we have some older people, you know, in chat. Alright. Oh, wait, hold on. Also, let me get up my, have you ever watched the Flat Earth video where he pushes and pulls all the stuff? No. You want to stick that in the thing, in the content suggestions, Mosh? I don't know if we'll get to it today, but, we'll definitely get to it. Okay. Also, what we'll be working on while we're doing this, okay, is we're gonna work on a sussy emote. So this is what it's, well, this is just like the drawing, right? But this is what it's gonna look like. So, I'm not gonna use spine for this one. I'm just gonna hand animate this. It's only frames. Oh, you took my suggestion. Did I? I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember. Who? Like, I mean, it's been on the list for a while. That's really good. The best sussies have 4 frames. Well, you know, I gotta have the sussy. Oh, also, I've been meaning to, like, I think what I'm gonna do in this one is I'm gonna have, like, I don't know if Twitch will, like, accept that. I might turn it into, like, a Twitch emote. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Twitch emote. Maybe it should be, like, down here. 60 FPS sussy. I feel like it needs 5 frames. Right? I feel like it needs that 5 frames. The X, yeah. Well, the X needs to be there, yeah? Here we go. Let's see, where does the X start to, like, emerge? Oh, there we go. But yeah, sorry, Mosh, I didn't get around to it. But if you want to reply to it, like, in that content suggestions, just say, like, this one or something, I'll remember which one it is, because I need to go through, like, that content suggestions and basically, like, mark off what I have and have not watched. It kind of gets a little cluttered otherwise, if that makes sense. You can just say it's the new Twitter logo. Listen, can I claim the Twitter logo if it's not being used, right? Like, maybe we'll make our own website. Okay, what if people actually made their own Twitter website, okay? And now that it's not being used anymore, they can call things retweets, right? They can use a bird icon. Like, why can't we just remake Twitter? Like, don't let all that Doubt they give up on the trademarks. Well, yeah, that's fair. Here, let's do this. Yeah, that's fair. But come on. Okay, what about retweet? Do you think that we'd be able to use the word retweet? They're not using it anymore. Why would you want to remake Twitter? Because, like, think of the I don't know. I'm kind of pissed, honestly. Because it's like one of those things it's so well known, right? Okay, I do actually want to show. Think of all the money you would make. I want to show y'all this, right? So this is like this is the thing that I think of when I think of like how like everywhere. I can't say the word that begins with U. That means the same thing, but it was everywhere, right? Okay. Oh, thank you, Mosh. Okay, so y'all may or may not have seen this music video. Okay, I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I just want to show you this one part. That's basically like, I don't think it actually even says the word Twitter anywhere, right? But you just know this is what they're referring to when you know, gayer. This song is also a banger. I really love that bird. That's really it. Okay, that's really it, right? They didn't say anything. Okay, I guess they did say tweet, okay? But, like, look at the fucking branding. It was in a fucking music video. I love that song, by the way. But, like, I really love, like, that. I really love that just this little part with all the birds is great. And, like, come on! It's such a banger. I'd play it, but I'm also on YouTube today, so I have no idea what they'll do. We'll do a dance. We need to do like we need to do a dance party at some point. I'm shit at dancing. Now it's excrements. YouTube. Oh, here female EX. Let me grab that link for you. Actually I should still have it. Question mark? Nope, hold on, wait. Is that my actual? Nope, that's the video we're gonna be watching next here. Let me get my actual YouTube stream. Hello? Yeah, here we go. I'm a revisionist. In what way? But yeah, it just sucks. I just really like it. Like, okay, now imagine this scene with fucking X's. Just imagine the scene with X's. How is this fucking... That doesn't make sense. And you don't get these cute little birds with their, like, gigantic these little wings and their little long feet. Alright, let's get into this. Twitter, yeah, Miss Merely nostalgic. Twitter was always garbage. No, look, here. Let me put it this way. Of course it's garbage. Yes, it was fucking garbage, especially when it comes to like actual discourse, right? Like I really hate, and I still do hate, the way that Threads works, in the sense that, like, it's just so convoluted. Like, you can't really follow a conversation. It's not like Reddit, where, like, it's way easier to follow a conversation on Reddit. Users suck. But, like, the thing is that everybody was on it, right? One of the reasons why I never got on Twitter. Yeah, Admiral. I mean, I'm not on Twitter. The only reason I'm on Twitter is like almost 100% of my presence on Twitter is just like memes, right? I can't imagine having a serious conversation on there. Like the one time I tried to have like a serious conversation, it took me like one or two tweets before basically I was like, okay, I'm just going to come onto your stream and talk about this. Or like I'll just DM you or something. You know, like I very quickly was like, this is shit. Can I move up from rare W to uncommon W? No, you cannot. You may not. Twitter is good for cute capybara pictures. Look, welcome in, Ergi. But also, look, I'm not saying Twitter doesn't have its uses. It does, right? Like, it's okay as like a. I mean, there's something to it, and that was why it was so popular. I'm not denying that. I don't know what that thing is. Like, that's debatable, right? Varg tweets. Yeah. Oh, Argy, we are after we finish this. If I can finally get past this stun lock, we are gonna be watching this, which is like I guess like who. I don't know if that is Varg or what. You don't have a good W record against me. You say that, son. I use Twitter to shitpost and fight now. It's mainly fighting. You know what's okay? All right. Okay, I'm gonna bring out the take. Listen, I have very much moved away from like I remember like when I was first in Heem's like community. A lot of y'all used to make fun of me for being like a Demon Mama fan, and I am very much not a Demon Mama fan anymore. It's been a long time since that since those days, right? But one thing that I will say that has always been right on is her like what's her oh fuck, it's like the code that she had for Twitter that was basically like because she also had this take that basically like tweeted shit and how fuck I don't even remember what it was called, but basically it was like a Twitter code of conduct basically that was basically like, you know, don't ever use it for like deep discussions, just like essentially like just shit on people and meme on people, and that's basically all you should use it for. Being a Demon Mama fan is an L state of being. No, I'm not a Demon Mama fan anymore, son. ICQ? What's ICQ? But yeah, I just can't imagine using it for anything other than shit posting, to be honest. Like, yeah. Alright. Let's get into it. I need to get started on this saucy emote. We need to get started so that we can get through well, I would be able to get through this easy. I left Twitter like 5 years ago or longer to say you're a mosh fan and be done with it. Lies. A mosh fan. I am a mosh fan though. Yes, Sergey. Yes and no. I've realized that there are some positions that she just has that are just like, not like bad faith so much as like what's the word? I mean, I know a lot of her positions are like more anarcho type positions, right? Which is why some of them seem to be like the whole takes them way too far, so that they become bad takes. Because she does believe in some of these. They aren't just like, oh, she took these too far. It's like, no, this is what she actually believes. Demon Mama's not that bad, just kind of half-baked. Yes, Admiral Love, and I think that, like, the problem is that it's okay if that's... and, you know, she also presents herself as an edutainer. Like, she says she's not here, like, she's not, like, she's an entertainer, right? The problem is that then... especially with her style of like analysis, right? Especially when she's debating someone, or if she's like analyzing something from someone she doesn't like or doesn't have like a huge reason to be charitable towards, it's never done charitably, right? It's just too far. Yeah, okay. I mean, like, definitely, I think some of my positions did also, like, go back to being more liberal, so that's why I think I moved away from her. Homeschool made what could go wrong? Well, see, Freddie, oh my god. Okay, I swear this is the last thing before we get into the actual fucking content. Okay, listen. Her school take. I was there for I watched her school take live, okay? Her school take started out as like basically like she was talking about the issues that school has, right? Like she had issues with school that were, I would say, very like they were much more not reasonable. Well, okay, no, they were much more reasonable, right? Like she was basically talking about how a lot of like neurodivergent kids don't get like they don't get like serviced well by traditional schools, right? Um like even IEPs are kind of shit. And I know the school system. I know what it's like, especially with neurodivergent kids. I had worked with autistic kids for years and years. I know what it's like, right? And so she was basically talking about how these kinds of kids aren't served well by traditional schools, which then morphed into the whole like, okay, well, school is shit anyway, right? And what is school really there for? And then it kind of got, and like, I'm not saying she didn't have a bad take there, right? She did argue against compulsory education. Like, she did argue against that, right? But she did also have what I would say are legitimate criticisms of the school system. Um, and those, unfortunately, the things that actually came out of the take that everybody like kind of reacted to was the whole like she's arguing against mandatory schools, right? Admiral, this was before, I'm talking even before it got onto like anybody, even before it got anywhere else. This is before anybody had reacted to it. This was before anyone had pushed back on it. This was just like her raw take, right? What's up, Chidiox? I hate you. What a typer! No, wait, no, don't ban Chidiox. Chidiox has been here before. God damn, Chidiox! Coming in. But yeah, like, I'm sorry about that. No, Jidiox, I don't know why that is a good question. They're banned from the kid mod. Was this fair? Really? What? What's up, bro? Oh my god. What the hell? I have no idea, by the way, Turtle. I have no idea why that is the case. I did not do any of that. I have not been looking at my Twitch chat lately. But anyways. Oh no, Chode. I'm a suspicious user though. All right. Well, to wrap up the discussion, I think she had some constructive criticism. I would say that she had some constructive criticisms about school, but then like the take was mostly overshadowed by like the whole like compulsory part of it, right? And then she just like she like just she face planted with that idea of like only letting kids learn if like they're driving it, or if they're like it was like the whole like learning math from video games thing, right? Like that's just like you don't understand how learning works. Like that might be a good strategy to use for certain types of learning, for certain types of children, for like neurodivergent kids. Okay, yeah, let's talk about that. That's not how everybody else needs to be learning. Kids will want to go to school because of the yummy food. White people are happy. Yeah, no. That was like, there were plenty of like bad, shitty takes in her take, right? It's just that what I was kind of annoyed was that like the whole point of her take was that like there's some legitimate problems with the schooling systems that we have today, and that kind of got overshadowed by like the rest of it. So my mom always sent me to one of those super hippie ultra free schools. Yeah, no, listen, I know kids, I know this one kid who essentially like, it was like the whole like child-led learning thing where the parents didn't teach, they homeschooled their kid, and they didn't teach their kid anything unless their kid wanted to know about it. Okay? So this child, I shit you not, this child was 8 and didn't know how to read. I don't know how that was legal. He didn't know how to fucking read. He brought, like, we were having D&D at their house one time, and he came over to them, handed his parents an iPad and was like, how do I do this? And it was 100%, it wasn't something that, it was just literally, if he knew how to read, he would have figured it out. Her take was either milquetoast or garbage. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying that, like, I'm annoyed that, like, the legitimate criticisms got overshadowed. That's all. I just played RuneScape all day, yeah. The dreaded stun lock. Alright, let's get started. We need to get a start on this fucking sussy. Alright. Oh, wait. Hey, is it muted? Yeah, it's muted. Alright, let me not blow out your ears.
Minimum, not lose.
Okay, I have to turn it up quite a bit. Okay, so, to recap this specific debate, Jordan Peterson has been having a conversation with good old Maddie here, and it's been a lot of word salad so far. I think the funniest thing that he said in this conversation was that, like, you need religion to be able to do things like quit smoking, which is really funny to me. But the criticism. Oh no, I'm not getting pulled back. We'll talk about schooling another time. I'm just gonna go back. Like, let's see. What is this? Actually, no. Let's just start here, and we'll go back into it.
Religious morality as well. The analogy that I've used in the past is for example, a game of chess.
Let me turn it up a
There's
tad
nothing
more.
about the universe that requires that we care about chess or care
He
about
he said that you would lose art without religion. Also, Jesus Christ. He said a lot of funny things.
We changed them.
Wait till Jordan explains if atheists exist. Now, he's also said that basically, like, that Matt is religious, but he is, like, in denial about it, right? Like, I believe that this was this particular talk as well. So, you know.
Things like that. We have
I'm gonna
the rules
pull
of
this up.
chess. We don't always know what the best move is. But if the goal of the game is to win, or at a minimum, not lose, then we can analyze the moves with respect to the consequences and with respect to the goal of winning and determine which moves are better and which moves are worse. That is what a secular moral system does, because it allows revision, whereas religious systems don't allow for revision. There's not a Bible 3.0. There's not a Quran 3.0.
Bible 3.0.
There's no new revelation from God to say, hey, you know, I said all this stuff about slavery, now I'm opposed to it. Or, hey, you know, I was really down on homosexuals, but now I'm okay with it. Hey, you know, when I said that here's what caused diseases, or that you were unclean and shouldn't enter the temple, all those things are actually wrong. The germ theory of disease is right. And none of that's come out.
Well, there is kind of a Bible 2.0. That was the New Testament, right?
Well,
So that's
Was it?
That is the update for the Christians.
Yeah.
Except that it's worse than the first one.
Well, that's not exactly the point. The point is there was an update. So
That's not exactly
in
an
the
update.
It's not like Jesus came along and said, hey, in Exodus 21, where I was saying you could have slaves and beat them, we got
He
that
literally said that this isn't supposed to be replacing the words that have come before. Is he debating Kermit? He is, of course he is.
wrong, or you
Kermit
got that
cleans
wrong.
up nice
That
in this
correction's
one.
never given. That thing about, in Leviticus where we
William
point out that
versus
women are
Kermit.
worth 2/3 of that of a man, we got that wrong. None of that's corrected. In
It's
fact,
atheist
the reason
William.
I say it got worse, although I didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight, is that if you look at Jewish tradition, when you're dead, you sleep with your fathers. There's no real clear notion of an afterlife. And then with the introduction of the New Testament, what you get is infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes, which is immoral.
All right, so I don't want to go down that rabbit
Sure.
hole at the moment, although I'd be perfectly happy to do it, if we
Next time.
if we get there. Well, if we
Because they
yeah.
want us to go to questions here in a minute.
Oh, okay. So I want to address the rule system that you're putting together.
Okay.
Okay, so I was talking to
louder.
a friend
Oops.
of mine who's
Yep.
an AI engineer.
All right,
He's
let's
a very
see.
smart guy, and we've been talking
Let me
about
try.
the foundations of cognition.
Hmm.
And you know that artificial intelligence systems don't run on rules. Right.
Well, some of them do.
Well,
And
Wait,
certainly
what?
they run on an operating system that is full of rules.
that's actually
That's the-
not relevant in this case,
But that's the
because
physical
they could
foundation.
operate on all
Is
sorts
this
of
better?
different operating systems.
Well,
But okay, so
but
just hang on a second.
there's a foundation. The foundation I'm pointing to is the physical facts of the universe, and that would be roughly consistent with the hardware and the operating system that they're running on. But I'm sorry, I
Okay, well,
interrupted.
no.
Continue.
I mean, that's a
I'm
reasonable
going to turn it up a
objection too.
tad
But
more.
look, one of the things that happened and I think this is one of the problems with the we can generate a rational system of rules that can govern our behavior approach, is that since the 1980s, people have been trying to build rule-based expert systems that can do relatively simple things. Relatively simple. They're not that simple. Like basic medical diagnosis. They don't work. Rule-based systems don't work. You can't get them to operate intelligently, which is why machine learning came about to begin with. Because whatever machine learning is doing and allowing for predictions,
I don't really hear a
doesn't
difference.
easily decompose.
Hold on. There should be a difference. It says that it says that it is louder, like according to the sound bar.
To a set of listable rules and a map of their interactions. The world doesn't seem to work that way. And I would say, back to the metaphysical substrate argument, you laid forward a set of propositions.
This is just like that time
and the reason I
William
was
called
perhaps
in.
inappropriately torturing you about them is because
Oh,
there's a
really?
meta-
No,
there's a
okay,
metaphysical-
hold on. Okay, hold on. You're right. It's not going up, even though I'm doing the thing that's supposed to make it go up. This is just like that time William called it. Alright, good night, Turtle. Thank you for dropping by. Sorry about the stream issues. Okay. Yes, sleep well. Okay, I think what I might do for right now is just like lower my force lower myself. So I might do that for right now so that then I'm at least on par with what the levels are saying the video is. If that works. I'm sorry, I'm 100% gonna try to fix this. But I'm also like shit at audio, so, okay, alright. I've just turned myself down a bit. So I should be about like, at least I should be like a little bit louder, if not at the same level as the video.
There's a metaphysic under them.
Because like it's like blasting, like according to Volume Master, it's blasting there, it's blasting here, like in my headphones, it's blasting. So it should and it's pulling from the correct audio sources, so I don't know why it's doing that, but I do apologize.
driving you to put those forward as reasonable. You say, well, they're self-evidently reasonable. See, my question
I
is,
didn't actually say it, but okay.
well, it's something like that, because you said, well, reasonable people could agree on these three or something similar. Like, it seems to me that what you're saying is that there's a set of finite axioms that reasonable people could conceivably agree on, from which you could generate a rule-based moral system. Have I got that wrong? Like, I
So-
thought that's what you said.
It's curious because I didn't say that, but it's very close to something that I have said in the past, which is for any given situation, there's a
Okay, how
finite
does
set
the
of
video
actions that
sound
a
now?
person could take. And some set of those actions are better than others with respect to whatever the goal is. If the goal is to continue, a decent life or improve the quality of your life, some set of one or more actions that you could take in this instant
It's okay for you?
Um,
Okay.
produces results that are better in ways that we would agree they're better. Like throwing Sam off the stage.
Hopefully it's not.
If we were in that situation,
There must be an unconscious fantasy going on here or something, eh? Because we keep returning to that.
and it's fun. But one of the possible actions of this set of actions would be for me to throw him off the stage. Another possible set of action would be for me to, shield him. It is clear, and you can say that I'm just saying it's self-evident, it is clear that one of those is going to be more in Sam's best interest and perhaps even more in mine than another. That's all we're saying. We're not pretending remotely that we have the answer to every possible scenario, just that we have the foundational tool set that allows us
You like the
to come
first
up
one?
with the right
What does that
answers.
mean, Ergie?
And we do this
Yeah,
in
but
opposition.
you also think that you can do that with a set of rules.
Well, so first
See,
of
and
all,
I actually don't think that's technically tenable. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, you can't
Here-
build expert systems, for example.
Well,
like-
you can't say that you can't because.
Well, we've tried for about 40 years with no success.
Geez,
Throwing off the
40
stage
years
up in
out
the air.
of 13.7 billion, and we
No,
haven't
but-
we haven't
no,
cracked
no.
it yet, so it's
No, no, no.
impossible.
But 40 years of exponentially increasing computational power with no
Partially.
solution on the horizon except for AI.
So and the latest AI thing, which I absolutely love because I'm a chess player, is the DeepMind AlphaZero thing that learned the entirety of what humans know about playing chess in 4 hours or so, and then beat the best previous chess computer. And people are saying, oh, it's the beginning of Skynet because now
Yeah.
we have this sort of thinking. However,
What year
that
was
method
this?
produced better results. Of letting it play
So Freddie, this was 5 years ago. So Jordy looks a lot better here, unfortunately for him.
itself with chess, giving it no opening book, giving it no history
rules.
of chess, nothing.
That's my point.
It didn't give it no rules.
The bald man
It gave
would
it
love
the
chess.
rules of
Yep.
chess and the goal of the game.
Yes, but it
Definitely,
didn't give it
William.
rules about how
True.
to play the game.
Correct.
Right,
And
and
my
that's
view-
because rules-based systems, that's because rule-based systems about how to play a game aren't optimal.
No.
That's why.
What happened is the AI took the rules of how to play the game and what the
Jordanian
winning goal
Peterson.
is, and it experimented and found the best ways to achieve that goal. And I think that's what human beings have done throughout the entirety of history. We're beings in a physical universe. We have the rules. The goal is to survive, and I would say the goal should be to thrive. And we are continually finding the best rules and the best methods. This exactly mirrors the moral system I'm talking about. The idea that there is someone on high telling the computer, don't play h4 as your first move, we threw that out because that's not the best way to find out things. Instead, we plopped the computer down just as we were plopped down in a universe when we gained consciousness and began interacting. And the computer, in the span
Parse.
of a few hours...
Real quick, sorry, I know that this is another fucking stunlock. When you try to use that TTS, are you able to put in a message? Because you're supposed to be able to put in a message. Here, I will give you your points, your beans back, okay? Here, let's see. This should refund those points to you. You're supposed to be able to put in a message for that. But let me know if you
everything that
couldn't.
humanity has discovered about chess. And now they are applying it to the sort of diagnostic things you were talking about. I think that is directly analogous to what the best explanations of what human beings have done. And what happens, from my perspective, is that the thinking about morality
I can't.
is
Okay.
so difficult
I'll have to
for
reconfigure
some
that.
that it's just easier to say, this person told me, or this God told me, or this is the case. Because having to sit down and do the sort of life inventory to figure out, hey, what's best for us? I mean, even figuring out what the goal of the game is harder for some people, and so they accept and fall into these traps of like authoritarian models of this is what your goal is. And the thing that's probably frustrated me the most, which I talked about on a college campus
Included
last
that
year,
it doesn't
is
exist. What the
if the
fuck?
government was running around dictating to people what their job was going to be, what their future was going to be, as some regimes have done, nobody would appreciate that. Nobody, almost nobody. I'm sure somebody would be, very happy, thank you. I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm glad I'm going to be, a brain surgeon, even though I don't know anything about it. But if the government was dictating things like that, there would be revolts. There have been revolts. And yet, curiously, when people think there's a God or a divine being or some cosmic consciousness or collective consciousness that has dictated a goal for them, they celebrate it. And that contradiction has bugged me for years.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that systems of belief, let's say, including religion.
Well, people, okay, to speak to what Matt was just saying, like, people want to kind of be, like, people like structure, right? Like, they like being able to know, like, the answers to the tough questions in life. Like, what are you gonna do? What's gonna happen when you die? Or, like, how come there's bad stuff in the world? And, like, how come these people don't get punished for their bad actions? Well, it's easy, when you die, you don't really die. You go to, like, heaven. And, yeah, that's where everyone's going to be punished who don't get punished here on Earth, Like, people like having those answers, and they like having, like, structure, right? Being unsure of something or being doubtful is uncomfortable. Yeah, so you're right. And so that's why some you find some, like, religious people who, like, just refuse to believe that we like, that atheists at least don't have, like, we've just accepted the I don't know, right? They're like, no, you must believe in something, or your morality must derive. I know that this is like a slightly different, argument, but they're like, well, your morality must come somewhere. It's not coming, But yeah, it's definitely, I don't see that necessarily as contradictory or, like,
Systems of belief can
confusing,
devolve
I
into
guess.
a kind of totalitarian rigidity. I don't think you can necessarily lay that at the feet of religious belief. I mean, human systems.
No, I'm laying it all at humans.
Yeah, I mean, right. It's okay, so it's fine.
I
It's
just
broader
view
phenomena
humans
than-
using religion in that way.
Yeah. So what do we do to close? Because I heard you said that we have to take questions.
Hey, we're going to take some questions.
Oh,
Jesus.
Because I could actually.
Sorry, I didn't mean to commandeer that. I was
No,
just
no, no,
curious
no.
about timing.
You could have just as easily said it. And I'd be happy for another 5 hours talking, but then they'd charge us a fortune, and all these people who have questions that are better than the ones I'm going to come up with. So there's microphones actually up, like, yes, where that guy, oh my gosh, he's lit up where we can see him. A couple quick notes about questions. And by the way, thank you. This has been great, and
Thank you.
We'll talk
Yep.
some more.
I mean, it was a pleasant little chat, right?
This is where I get to have a bit of fun. Couple notes about questions. For those of you who know, I do a live TV show where I can hang up on people, and if you think I can't hang up on you here, you are much mistaken.
Welcome in.
But I don't. I hope to never have to do that, and almost everybody's gone along. Questions end in a question mark.
Religious people can't have objective morals either. Why burb butt? Well, Testy, we're doing a burb sussy. That's what we are doing. So hold on. This is 5. Oh shit, here. 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's what we are doing. Did you really have to draw the asshole though? No, Ergie. I did not have to draw the asshole. Is it allowed to have a butthole? I guess. Okay. I guess that's what we're gonna find out, right? It's called a cloaca. True, Shang Yang Gang. Okay, I may take out the butthole for the emote, but for when the bird is on screen and it's animated on screen, the butthole's gonna be there. I wish I had a cloaca. No, you don't, Argy. Everything is routed through there. What are you talking about? Where does God get the morals from? Either from somewhere else, and God isn't necessary, or the rules are subjective God. Yeah, no, Mosh, I agree that like that there is no like a lot of these rules are like at least maybe I'm understanding this different in the wrong way, but like they're not objective morals because there are almost always instances in which the rule is like subjectively wrong, right? Like if you say like lying is wrong, right? You wouldn't say that like the average Christian wouldn't lie to, for example, protect like if they were, you know, if this was like Nazi Germany and they're like they have Anne Frank hiding in their attic or whatever, like they wouldn't be truthful just because it's objectively moral to tell the truth, right? In that instance, it's subjectively like, or at least it's the correct response is to lie, right? Like that is the right course of action. So then in my mind the axiom of like lying is like you should never lie. Like that doesn't make sense. Like because in my mind it's like, well, the conditions for whether lying is good or not is so they're subjective. They 100% would MMMM. I mean, listen. I just don't think that like I guess a decent person, maybe not like yeah. So and also a lot of these rules, like especially like the Old Testament rules, right? Like they're so subjective. Like if we come out today and we're like, okay, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we burn witches, or why don't we you know, why are we allowed to wear mixed clothing? It's like, well, okay, those rules don't apply anymore. Well, weren't they like the objective rules that we had to follow? People might disagree. Just because people break their rules doesn't mean that they think they're objective. No, but this is also when they're being asked to justify. I understand what you're saying, Sen. You're saying like basically like the whole like people are not perfect thing, right? But even if you ask them to justify their own god's actions, right? So, for example, like genocide, right? Where Yahweh 100% endorses and advocates for genocide, right? And specifically, we had a whole segment on this, right? We had a whole like stream about slavery, right? And it's like, well, you know, it was okay at that time, or it was okay at like, you know, they had rules for like how they, but we've already agreed now that slavery is not it should not be a thing, right? But you think genocide is based? No, I just think it's time consuming. That's my issue with genocide. Okay, it's just time consuming. No other issue with it. There's an argument that God puts us on a journey, thus the shifting moral standards are intentional, particularly from Old to New Testament. I don't like that idea, I think, because that would make sense if each person's religion was like personal, right? Like that doesn't make sense at all if like no, that doesn't make sense at all if like you're having a book and the book dictates what people are supposed to believe and act on at any given time, right? the parable of Jesus is precisely about forging a personal connection with God. I don't. I guess you'd have to elaborate more on what you mean by that, Admiral. The point is either God makes universal rules that perfectly apply to every situation, or they are bad rules and not worth much. It's not even. I maybe I'm understanding like the whole objective versus subjective morality wrong. I think that's how like objective. Okay, hold on. You know what? We're just gonna very quickly look this up. It's not a stun lock because it's irrelevant. Morality. Idea that right and wrong exist factually without any importance of opinion. Versus subject morality. Okay. I don't want like a Christian. Mr. Bean's appearance. What's wrong with rules that don't apply universally? I don't have an issue with rules that don't apply universally. In fact, Shang Yang Gang, I think it would be very hard for you to find me a rule that applies universally, regardless of context. I think that's the difference for me, right? If there's a rule that is true in every single context, then I think that's more of a objective reality, objective morale, or an objective idea, right? Do not rape. I mean, that's a pretty good one, right? I'm not going to fall into the trap. I can see the trap. I'm not going to say anything. That's a rule. Ice beans. I'm thinking of like, okay, rape is a pretty strong one, but like I'm trying to think of like things like murder or like lying, stealing. I can think of plenty of situations in which those would be like the moral thing to do, right? Remember that guy who said it was okay to hurt cocks? Yeah. You made the rule that there's no rule that is true in all contexts. No, I didn't make that rule. I'm just saying that I think it'd be really hard to find a rule like that. Can you make the bird poop? Not yet, Testy. We need to. That's on the list of animations to do. You can't just throw out the best example. No. I agree that that's no. Truly, I agree that that's a pretty good one. I can't think of like a context in which I can say, okay, rape is like the best objective or the best like response, right? Oh, thank you, Testy. It is on fleek. I felt like I needed some motivation to get me through the day, and that was makeup. Strictly, the Bible says, do not murder, do not kill, they are separate, as scholars taught me. Clip it. No, stop, parse. No, but seriously, I'm just saying, I don't think that it's like, because like I accept that your example is it's a pretty good one, right? Can you think of any others? I just think here, let's see. Divine command theory. The reluctant skeptic. Ooh. How most people view ethics. How philosophers view ethics. Oh, interesting. Do we need God to have objective moral standards? Wow, this is a lot. Like, this looks interesting, but I don't know if I could go over all of this on stream. I didn't even realize we were talking about morals. People, Shang Yang Yang, because even if you could figure out yourself correct way of acting subjectively based on situation, then you don't need a book with a set of rules, since they will not apply either way universally. Artemis, I think the thing is that, with the Bible, right? Like I can see how that would have served as like, especially the Old Testament, right? Where like it had all these rules, like all these like what was the fucking there's a fucking verse in the Bible that's like basically like, okay, this is how you poop in the camp, right? Like this is like go do like, you know, don't poop within the camp, leave the camp and take a paddle with you and like dig a hole and poop in the hole. And that was like, and that's funny to us now, but like that was their way of keeping disease away from the camp, right? So I think that like I definitely can see how the Old Testament was useful to them at that time, right? uh Stunlock. Basically, God's morality is contingent, and we're supposed to head it where we find it, eat it where we find it, rather than treat it as absolute. Why do you support rape? No, I don't support rape. I disavow. I disavow.
And the kind of questions we're looking for don't start with a dissertation or life story.
I do not support
So
rape.
you can say your name if you'd like to. If you don't, that's fine. And then say who your question's for or both. And I will make a promise that I make every time and break, but I will try not to break it tonight, which is I will do my best to give shorter answers so that we can get to everybody who's asking questions. But they lit you up first, sir. Thank you. And the floor is yours for a moment.
All right, thank you. I guess this question's mostly for Jordan Peterson. Just to hopefully enlighten a bit more what you mean by God, do you think that if all humanity were to cease to exist, does God still exist?
Clap, 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 clap. Ooh, nice pyramid, female eunuchs.
I don't think I know how to answer that.
Oh no, what the hell?
It's just
Stumped on the
situation
first
is
question.
too hypothetical. I mean, I can take a crack at some of it, but so human beings are characterized
video
by
was frozen.
consciousness and by self-consciousness, and the latter in particular seems to be something
Yes,
relatively
female,
unique.
it does. I love
There's
it.
some vague evidence for self-consciousness of
Actually, I think I just
lower
set that
sorts
up.
in animals, but it's not very compelling. Some of them can recognize themselves in a mirror, but our self-consciousness is
Oh, no.
accompanied by elaborated imagistic and linguistic models of ourselves and that have been elaborated over large spans of time. There are lots of elements of being that would disappear if we disappeared. Now, and it isn't even obvious to what extent that's true, right? Because I don't really understand to what degree being itself is dependent on consciousness. Like the classic materialist Enlightenment view, which I would say is
Waddles.
basically a 19th century view, something like that, is that if all consciousness was extinguished, the material substrate of the universe would continue unchanged. But I don't really buy that as an argument, because I think that the material substrate, I think that reality is I think that reality is an interaction between what we perceive of as the material substrate and consciousness itself. And so then when you destroy consciousness, you destroy reality. And what that leaves, I don't really understand.
Why does he
It
keep
doesn't
saying
have any
substrate? He
temporality
does.
in any
He
obvious
does.
sense. It doesn't have any size in any obvious sense without the introduction of an invisible observer. So lots vanishes
No,
without
put
human
a sound.
consciousness and self-consciousness. I don't know how to answer the question, does God vanish? Because that brings us back into the same problem that I was talking about earlier, is that it's not exactly easy to understand what people are talking about when they say God. You know, because when you ask the question, would God disappear? There's an assumption there that whatever God is understandable and boxable, like a simple concept, like a chair, and that we both share the same conception. And, you know, there's endless warnings in deep religious literature against assuming that you understand what that term means, or sometimes even for using the term. So that's the best I'm going to be able to do with that question.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey there. So my question is about something that Matt said, but I'd actually like to get Dr. Peterson to address it first, if that's okay. So Matt, you said
Oh
that
fuck, I
some
wanted to see
people
this.
are not.
It's pretty good, kid. You should watch it. It's pretty good. I mean, it's an hour. It's an hour and 43 minutes long, and we split it up over 2 streams. But Jordan has been. It's a lot of word salad though. The clip is shit. Oh no, I will not be watching the clip. No.
not willing to put in the work of developing sort of their own moral system, and they like turn to religion to free them from the burden of that thought. But doesn't it make sense on some level to view religion as like an archival system that holds truth? Like if we abandon that, are we not then
Oh,
just in
interesting.
a place where everyone is forced to invent their own morality for themselves throughout their life, and then like a baby born has to try to achieve that again? Like that seems
No.
like from an operative level just an impossible system to set up that would ever get you anywhere. So I'm just wondering how you
Well,
would resolve that conflict.
That was Nietzsche's critique, essentially.
Well, I'm
When-
not. I'm
when-
not trying to set up the system. I think the system's already set up. So my goal is not to rid the world of religion. That's just a fortunate side effect from my goals. My
Did I
goal
ban you? No, I
is
didn't.
to have
Hold
the
on.
best understanding of reality that I can, and for other people to do so as well. Now, when I talk about religion, there are things within religious histories, within religious teachings that are passed down, which are true and good and useful. And there's no reason to think that any of those things would go away if we stopped believing in a God, because they are true and good and useful whether there is a God or not. If the thing that we're worried about is, and I've asked people before, and I apologize if anybody's bothered by this, but there are people who are like, oh, if you don't believe in a God, what keeps you from running around raping and killing people? And I was like, so if you became convinced today that your belief in God was unfounded and you were forced by reason to give it up, would you run around and start doing that? And there are people who will say yes, and I hopefully, optimistically don't believe them, but we know that there are people who do that. But the truth about what is good and useful is true whether a particular religion survives or not. And we don't lose that because children aren't born with an understanding of morality. They learn that. They are educated by their parents. They are taught. They explore the world. Everybody does, in fact, go through the effort of creating and understanding their own morality. It's just that we adopt things from figures around us who show evidence that they are smarter and understand this better as a shorthand. We ride on the shoulders of giants. The curious question is, and I ask this for people ostensibly who are Christian, who believe in both a God and a devil, is how did you decide that God was the good one and the devil was the evil one? Because the model is that, well, God wrote his moral code on your heart, and that's how you tell. But if that's the case, then whether or not, if the devil had written his moral code on your heart, you would be saying he was the good one. The truth is, you are using your internal, personal, subjective assessments to determine that God is the good one, or this religion is the right one, or the First Baptist Church got it right, or the Second Baptist Church got it right, or this is the preacher we should hire. This is what we do. And I don't see much value in worrying about, oh, is it all going to go away, when it's clear it doesn't, because secular individuals are no more immoral or criminal-minded than anybody else. In fact, they're
Actually, kid, your debate, I was watching you on Resi today. Oops, hold on. I was watching you on Resi today, and the debate that you had the other day, I think this was where BPF was trying to steer the conversation towards, right? Like he was trying to, I don't know if it actually came right out and said, if they came right out and said basically, you, like, what are you basing your moral system on if not religion, right? If you don't murder, then people won't murder you. Religion, God therefore declares murder a sin. How could we possibly understand murder is wrong without God? Yeah, I mean, like I think that it is the case that we have, and I remember explaining this one time in a debate to William, I believe. Like, we have certain laws in society that we've yeah, it's like social evolution, right? Like we've determined that these are the best for our society to survive. And in fact, I think, we are going to try to speed up through the rest of this, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do just like one Qualia Soup video that's about morality. And I think it's actually, we'll have time for this. Okay, we'll have time for it, but necessarily come from theology. Well, okay, even if we don't get to this, kid, I would look into this channel. It's called Qualia Soup.
Bird Entertainment.
And he has a whole like, it's just like a series of morality, and it like talks about like how you can be good without a god, essentially, and like how we determine that something is good without relying on a moral system. I would recommend this channel. I mean, I've already watched this. I just got out of philosophy class. Why are you bringing me back? Female eunuchs. I think you would like this channel too. Qualia Soup is pretty good. It has some pretty good stuff. But yeah, that seems to be what
There
this
may
is
be
going
some
over.
cases to show that we're less.
But in this society, they are no more criminally minded. Like, we have a religious foundation, right? Like, we don't go.
Also, I
wouldn't go
love that
around,
emote.
like,
Holy shit.
raping and pillaging if I abandoned God. But there
Is that
were
Bing?
societies that
Oh my god,
did
it's
when they
Bing.
didn't have that structure. So how do
Sure.
you resolve that?
I'm not saying that religious authorities haven't been useful. It's just that what I hear from some people is that we should keep this because of that particular
It's so
usefulness.
cute.
Because they fear what will happen otherwise, because what they've seen in the past. And I don't buy that, because that boils down to saying, I may not need religion, but you people do. And that is far too arrogant for me to ever adopt as a position.
Alex O'Connor, yeah, that's a cosmic skeptic, isn't he? I haven't watched his stuff in a while.
Okay,
So
I don't want to take up too much time, but did you want to speak
I
to
have a
that?
quick comment on riding around on the
Yo!
shoulders of giants.
Bilderberg, thank you so much for the resub. Are my sub alerts quiet for anyone else? Thank you so much for the 8 months. Holy shit. Welcome in. We're finishing up watching Jordan Peterson from 5 years ago debate Matt Dillahunty. Well, they say debate, but it was more like a discussion.
Which was the central theme.
They
in
didn't disagree
Matt's
on
answer.
way too much. It wasn't like super
We ride
spicy.
around
Oops.
on the shoulder of giants, and the meta giant is God. That's a very good way of thinking about it.
The
Except that I
fucking.
can
Oh
identify
no!
You
Oh,
can
that's
think
so
about that
cringe. The
as,
fucking
I
clap.
don't care
Oh
about
no!
the metaphysical implications of that. I don't have to care about that at the moment. But if you look at the evolution of the idea of God, for example, and I think this is particularly true with the evolution of the idea of
So
Christ, is
awkward,
that
dude.
we do ride around on the shoulders of giants, and the figure of Christ, psychologically speaking, is the giant among giants. It's a meta giant, and it's a ritual model for emulation. And the ritual model is something like, pick up your damn suffering and bear it nobly, which is a metaphysical statement in some sense that lies at the bottom of the ethic even that Matt is presenting. And so it is deeply embedded in a religious substructure. And that's the metaphorical substructure that I was talking about that necessarily underlies these self-evident axiomatic rules, which are not by any means, as you point out, self-evident in the least. There's plenty of cultures that train their young men to be absolutely barbaric monsters, right? Warriors, killers, rapists, right? Bloodthirsty
What?
right to the core. Perfectly viable mode.
Wait. Who does that? Which culture does that, Jordan? Which culture Which culture raises their children to be rapists? Monsters? Also, Shang Yang Gang, when you say marriage, right? Are you referring to like holy matrimony? I had this discussion recently where it was another William argument, right? And I was exposed to the idea basically that even the word marriage is very the word marriage itself is pretty religious. And it was actually an interesting argument. I did actually move me a little bit on my position, because previously I was of the position that, like, okay, I don't care about your holy matrimony, right? Holy matrimony, you can keep that shit. You can deny it to, like, if you're the Catholic Church, you can, if you want to, you can deny giving like holy matrimony to like gay couples. Fine. That is your decision, right? But you shouldn't stop them from being able to get married. It might not be in your church, but it should be they should be able to get married. And so basically the argument that was put back to me was that marriage, the term marriage itself, is a religious idea, and that we should just be calling everything civil unions. Like, everything should be civil union, like, to start with. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with the evolutionary function of the institution of marriage, broadly speaking. Okay, so you are using marriage as, like, a broad catch-all for essentially, like, two people agreeing to share their lives together and, like, whatever, like, legally speaking. And same-sex marriage does not represent it being undermined. Rather, it is the more end product of that. Do you mean that, like, same-sex marriage isn't any different to like heterosexual marriage? Is that what you mean? Marriage is a financial contract, essentially. Yeah, Bilderberg. That was my thing, was that, like, you can have any word for it in your, like, personal religion, and if you want to deny, like, if you have a religion that's like, okay, well, a black and a white person can't get married. If that's your fucking fucked up religion, that's fine, okay? But you shouldn't deny, like, a mixed race couple to get married, like, legally. What I mean is that the debate over same-sex marriage only made sense within the context of an institution of marriage that had already been compromised. Okay, I think I understand what you mean, but I also haven't been following, like, your whole like back and forth with Artemis. So marriage is about business contract, no matter what it's called, not share their lives, share their property and wealth. Marriage is the perfect way to cement in a life. What if I want to marry my cat? Will it get my own caravans? And listen, you're gonna have to take that up with your insurance provider, okay? I don't know whether they cover cat. It would not even make sense in the past when the reproductive function of marriage was at the forefront of what it represented. Like same-sex? Okay, no, wait. I'm not getting stunlocked.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you can have your financial contract, but
From
God
the
won't be happy.
perspective of
Yeah, it's
generating a set of axiomatic rules. Why is it not better to have 10,000 women than one?
Oh no,
There's an
addicted to
evolutionary
mosh.
question for you.
That's some
Well,
CK2
reasonable people
vibes
wouldn't do that.
coming off
Oh,
of you.
Yeah, right. Reasonable people. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if it's not clear, I can point to the giants. I can't point to the mega giant.
It's because it's an abstraction.
Sure, but when you hold Christ up as a particular figure, the only information that I have about Jesus comes from the Bible. And rather than going through
Should
all
be
of it
able to
again,
marry.
'cause
Oh
there's lots of
no,
different
kid.
questions, if you go to ironchariots.org, you will find a verse-by-verse deconstruction
That's
of
a
the
Kid
Sermon on the Mount, where I
Botkin,
point out that Jesus gives some good
opinion right
advice,
there.
some crappy advice, and some questionable advice, and that's not enough. And there's not a secular humanist organization or country on the planet that has ever produced as a good thing, an intentional good thing, rapists and murderers. So
Well, that's highly debatable.
What's the argument against
That's
marrying
highly
your kid?
debatable.
Okay, wait.
Actually-
Seriously, it's the genetics things, right? Am I mistaken? It's the genetics thing, right? That's why we don't do it. And also the fact that you're more likely to have actually grown up with your with the kin in question, and so like you're biologically not, like, you're less likely to be attracted to them. I think that's how the science works, right? So two people that can't procreation. No, Rabbit. I mean, like the fact that like if you interbreed too much, you start having like genetic issues, right? If me and my brother want to share our ownership of our property and wealth, then no one should stand in the way of that. Why are you associating marriage with breeding? Well, no, I'm saying that's historically why we don't do it. That's historically why we don't do it. I mean, I just don't do it because I think that's gross. Because I'm, and like, you know, the science says that like I grew up with my brother, so you know, I'm to a certain degree I can't find him attractive. The classic example is two lesbian sisters who was raised separately, no issue of weird power dynamics, and no risk of childbirth. What's the current argument against it? I don't know, Rabbit. If I'm being honest, I don't actually know. Yeah, I mean, I think so gross marriages shouldn't be allowed. No, I mean, like I'm just saying this is my own personal thing. I'm not prescribing. If you want to get married to your sister and it's legal where you are, go ahead, Rabbit. I'm not stopping you. This is where the morally neutral meme begins. Oh no.
One of the
It's
things that-
absolutely true.
Would
because
I
there's-
be for legalizing it? I mean, if there's like, I guess like, you know, pitch it. I guess pitch it for me. Like pitch it to me. Why would like, are we having like a dearth of people who are wanting to marry their kin, and there's no like weird power dynamics, as Testy said, right? Like this is what they genuinely want. I think the power dynamics is actually incest sales pitch. I guess like, yeah, no, is there like an actual movement or something that I'm missing here? There's de facto relationships where extended cohabitation is considered the same as marriage. It's also been historically heteronormative. The risk is too high for abuse and genetically fucked up kids. Yes, it's called get gross as a reason out of law. No, but like I'm saying, like, you know, I mean, this is just something that came up, right? Can be applied to a gay, lesbian, and gay guy living together. It may very well be the case there is no point in marriage for infertile people. That's weird. That doesn't make sense to me either. Okay, this is a very weird
There's never been
Stonewalk
a
debate and
secular
just moved to
humanist
Rhode
government
Island.
on the planet.
Just moved to
I
West
don't know, I
Virginia.
think the Soviets were pretty secular
No,
humanists.
Then,
I know that-
with all due apologies, you do not know the first thing about what secular humanism is. You should read the Secular Humanist Manifestos, because what happened in Russia
Oh,
and
shit.
communist countries was an institution of a religious-like structure centered around an individual and forced
Kid.
atheism, none of which is consistent with humanism. None of
Oh
it.
no.
And we can talk about this later, and I'll be happy to point you to this, because you
Man,
can say
that
that
got
it was an atheist
that got him
thing,
heated.
that went awry, but you can't call it secular humanism. It's just not there. There's no humanism in what was done there. But
I'm one of those who believes that there's no such thing as an atheistic thing or a non-religious thing. I was listening to your talk at Lafayette, Peterson, last night there, and you were talking about how all action is religious.
Also, hold on. Consummating the marriage, like on the day of the marriage. Holy shit, that's like, you know, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not against the idea. It's just like, you're so tired afterwards. You're so fucking tired.
So this conversation today, I think it's hit the same problem you hit with Rebecca Goldstein, you're going to hit with Sam Harris and June, which is I've never found a way to convey to an atheist that we all have an ideal. You can call it God, you can call it a transcendent ideal, call it an axiom, call it presupposition. It's just very hard to communicate to them that implicitly or explicitly it's there, you're aiming for it, maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't, but it's that fundamental thing that guides your action. And my question would be, you keep Delahanty did a very good job of saying pragmatically, okay, fair enough, the axioms could change, maybe we try these, tries those, but there's always going to be an axiom. It's a transcendent thing because it's always changing, so we all have that. So again, the definition of God is just kind of useless, but maybe you want to explore why there is a partial definition of God that makes all actions religious, makes all ideals you're approaching for a form of God worship, whether you want to call it that or not. I hope that's coherent.
Well,
So.
Carl Jung had some very interesting comments about that. He said, psychologically, for all intents and purposes, your God is the highest value that you have. Right? It serves functionally as your deity. Now, you may not clothe it in a personified manner, although you tend to, because you tend to act it out and assume that other people should too. So it implicitly has a personified form. But if it performs all the functions of a deity, let's say, then it's importantly related in some sense to a deity. And I think that that's actually technically true if you look at how human cognitive structure works. I don't think it's escapable.
Does that make sense to you, Phil, or does that like I don't feel like I've ever heard
No,
an
see,
atheist
when you
express
said
that
you
they
have
understand
difficulty explaining this to atheists, I don't know what atheists you've been talking about, talking with, but I'm right on board, and I functionally understand and can agree with this. So secular humanism can easily be viewed as a religion. The U.S. Supreme Court has defined it in the sense of pursuit for ultimate answers to ultimate questions or things like that. But if you want to say that my God is
True, Bilderberg.
truth or goodness.
Yeah,
or,
not only does he look much healthier, like, I mean, this, I know it has been a lot of word salad, but at least, like, we've more or less been able to follow him, you know? He hasn't been ranting about any trans people or, like, the woke moralists or anything like that.
whatever thing.
It's a little sad, to be honest.
I'm fine with that in a poetic, even metaphorical sense. The problem is when you talk about if what you believe in fulfills all the roles of a deity, I think you're sidelining what a lot of the roles of a deity have played throughout the entirety of human history. Because they're advocating, many of them, not all, most, I would say, are advocating for an actual thinking agent, supernatural, that is the creator and or sustainer of the universe. And nothing about my pursuit of truth or goodness or secular humanism fills that particular role. So already we are cherry picking the aspects of God traditionally and saying, Matt has these particular aspects that I also attribute to God. And I agree. I just don't have the other ones. And those are the ones that I want justification for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Bilderberg, the answer is yes.
You have to move up the mic, I believe. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
So the question is for Matt. So why is the language of secular humanism, these values that you just espoused, or talked about, why is that better than religious language? And then for Professor Peterson, why would religious language be better than those values?
Yeah, and I don't want to be overly pedantic about, I don't know that the language is necessarily better. The ideals of secular humanism have the goal of getting better. The foundation, if you read, and there's various versions of the Secular Humanist Manifesto, and I have disagreements with all of them, and but the nice thing is that there are revisions. Okay, this is one of the biggest benefits of a model, is how do you convince somebody that Christianity is right? Well, there's coercion, conversion, conquest. How do you
Example.
Sorry?
Example.
Okay.
That's an important one.
Okay. I'll have to think on that some more, because a lot of the things that people do that they think are exemplary or examples.
All right,
of
bye, Sen.
Christianity,
Thanks so much for
I don't
hanging out
think that
with
they're
us.
in any way not necessarily tied to Christianity. Like it's not. There's nothing a Christian could do that is good that I couldn't also do. And so the example thing doesn't work. But with secular humanism, it is through debate, discussion, data, and convincing people. It's not like we're running around saying, we're going to conquer and install this here. We're not going to make a proclamation that we have the one true right answer. The position that secular humanism takes is, as far as we can tell, we get one life. If there's more, hey, bonus, show us, we'll be convinced. It seems that we are, as human beings, as agents, stuck here trying to figure out the best way to live this life. And so we must rely on ourselves and not make appeals to supernatural agents that we can't demonstrate or that don't seem to intervene on our behalf. And if they exist, they're free to come in and step up and tell us where we're doing it wrong. But for now, we're just going to try to do the best we can with what we have to make the world a better place. That's the foundation of secular humanism, not any proclamation that we've got it right.
So
Which I think is pretty, like, that I think is and that is something that he's brought up that I didn't really think about, is that it is like a work in progress, versus like there's only so much understanding of like the Christian Bible or just like religion in general that like you know, like the whole thing where the Pope can't really say he can't say too much, right? What's it called? It's called like is it like it's like papal infallibility or something? Right. So like there are some things that the Pope says that become doctrine, and so even though like the Pope has a lot of power, he actually can't say anything too much, right? Because it has to not contradict with what has been said before or what's going to come in the future, right? Gotta be careful when popes be popin'. True. Yeah, like so I think that like because of this, it means that like Catholics can't really go so far with their understanding. Like they kind of just like most Catholics that like are fine with gay people, for example, like I mean I don't know, like they're just okay with them, right? It doesn't. I don't think it like. And some of them might be okay with gay people despite what their religion says about gay people. So the Pope can declare fatwas. Pope. I don't think they go so far. Okay.
I would say that the primary religious language, insofar as there is such a thing, it's something I tried to detail in Maps of Meaning. This first book I wrote, it's a very complicated book. But religious propositions are, in some sense, abstracted generalizations about
Catholics
what
can
being
hate the sin and love the
consists of
sinner.
and how to act in it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's not the same thing as a set of hypotheses about material reality. And
Yeah,
it's
they don't have
partly
to shun
because
them,
in the
right?
religious domain, the moral imperative is primary, whereas in the empirical domain, the factual domain is primary, or the sensory domain is primary, something like that. So the question from the religious perspective is something like, how should we best construe the world if we wish to determine how to act
The Pope
properly
fucks with the
within it?
gays. True.
And
The current Pope, anyway.
the way that language is developed, it's developed as a consequence of an evolutionary process, both biological and cultural. And it's culminated in a set of stories, essentially, that have characters. The characters basically represent something like the permanently unknowable. And so that's the mystery that surrounds us all. And that would be associated, say, with the potential of the future and the potential in you. The part of being that's transcendent, right? That constantly escapes from your theorizing. That's the unknown. It's like unexplored territory for animals. And it's a permanent part of being. So there's unexplored territory, the unknown. And there's explored territory, culture, the known. And that's this room. And that's the cultural mores that unite us well enough so that we can all sit here and be peaceful while we're discussing difficult things. So that's the landscape, the religious landscape. That's yin and yang. That's chaos and order. Interestingly enough, it looks like it's to that landscape that our brain has adapted, because the right hemisphere looks like it's roughly responsible for processing chaos and the unknown, and the left hemisphere roughly responsible for processing the known and the familiar.
Isn't that a debunk
And
theory?
that's
Am I
on
wrong?
good evidence. If you don't want to take my word for it, you can read Ian McGilchrist's book, The Master and His Emissary, which is quite masterful.
The whole
treatment of
right
the
brain and
neuropsychological literature.
the left brain thing?
And so that's the religious domain, yin and yang, chaos and order. And it places human beings at the center of that. And the idea is that we're always confronted by what we understand and have to adapt to that, even in its tyrannical manifestation. And we're always faced with the permanent reality of the
Yes, it's
permanently
bullshit? Okay.
incomprehensible that can burst into our life at any moment and disrupt it. That's reality. And then the religious question is, if that's reality, how do you orient yourself in relationship to those two permanent domains? And the answer to that is something like pursue the instinct of meaning. Because it looks like meaning is the instinctive response, neuropsychologically grounded in the orienting reflex, I would say, which is a very primordial reflex to the unknown.
I mean,
meaning is the response that
he can't. I think he can't, right? Like he can't. Oh my god, it's my entire computer is just being a butt. But like, where is that? Like he thinks it's this, right? I'm assuming he is like I think he is into divine command theory. So it is like it's bad because God says it's bad. And I would say that that's like the concrete block that you have to like break in order to get anywhere with it, right? Like look, I don't like philosophy. I mean, I don't remember much from my philosophy classes, okay? But like I would say that I don't know that he has like a strong grasp of those ideas, right? Or if he does, he strongly believes that divine command theory is like that is correct. So everything else is just
orients us
cope
in
to
that
him,
world.
basically.
And so when we're engaged in a meaningful enterprise, it's a signal from the deepest elements of our biological being that we have the balance between what we know and makes us secure and what we don't know and have yet to explore properly synced. And that makes us secure but not totalitarian, and engaged but not terrified. And by staying on that midpoint of balance, that's Tao, by the way, that's the way from the Taoist perspective. By staying on that midpoint, we do what's best for us,
Admiral.
what's
Okay.
best for our families, what's best for our community, and God only knows beyond that. We do all of that simultaneously, and we can tell that we're doing that. It speaks to us when we're doing that. And that's the deepest of religious instincts. And it's that capability to orient on that border between chaos and order that's exemplified in great mythological heroes like St. George, who goes out to slay the dragon, or Christ, who welcomes death, who embraces mortality and
The hands are
vulnerability
cracking me
and
up a little bit, by
strives
the way.
forward nonetheless. And there's nothing outside of the religious language that communicates that kind of grandeur. There's nothing that you can use to communicate to people who are in the direst of straits what's most important about life in the manner that will help set them straight and put their soul at peace. So that's the advantage of the religious language.
I feel like Matt's about to say something.
Yes, sir.
Oh, never mind.
Well, thank you both for a very interesting and
Christ is a myth.
revealing exchange. My question is for you, Dr. Peterson. You alluded to an important distinction between someone who would actually be an atheist and someone who merely professes to be an atheist. You implied that
He did
Matt and
parse.
others are not genuinely
No, okay,
atheists.
but real quick. Oh shit! Here,
curious.
why isn't my shit working? I like he did allude to, like, I got one thing out of the word salad that he did that was basically like, there's there is something to that there is something to religion that can't be necessarily encapsulated uh sufficiently by whatever else we have going on. And I think we talked about this. I don't remember when. It might have been the last. It might have been on Tuesday when we talked about this. How like there is that feeling that you get at church, or if you're singing, or like that feeling of like being togetherness, like the whole togetherness part, being part of a greater thing, kind of vulnerability, giving up to like a greater power, like all of those things. You don't necessarily find all of those things in one place apart from like a religion. So the advantage of the religious language is the flowery posturing and the plastic ability to turn it into whatever the fuck you want and sound performed. Like the thing, kid, is the problem is that you can't. It's hard to get past people's like experience of like that thing, right? Bye, Turley. Thanks so much for stopping by. Have fun at work. You can do it, Turley. You can get through it. But like, so it's hard to get past the feeling, right? And I'm saying this is someone who's experienced that feeling, but I can also understand that that feeling wasn't like true. I go to church with my wife despite not being Catholic. It's nice to sit there and sing and listen to someone speak kindly. Like, I get that there's like a utility that religion brings to some people. Even if it's not true, it serves a purpose, right? Like, for example, even if I had a fireproof way of like waking some of my family members up, for example, right? Like, even if I had a fireproof way to get my mother to like not believe in Christianity anymore, I wouldn't do it because I can't. Well, for one thing, that would just be cruel. Like, she depends on her religion for like emotional support. Like, a lot of it is emotional support, right? And just like the idea of like your suffering means something. Your suffering will like you're building your stores up in heaven, right? Like, I can't take that away from her and not provide like an alternative. And I can't provide that alternative. But B, also I can't provide an alternative for any of it. All I can do is basically like, it's basically like the blue and the red pill, right? It's like saying, okay, you're just gonna have to like live in a shithole, be constantly pursued by enemies, like eat shit food, but you have the truth, right? So like, so because I can't give her, I can't like replicate what religion does for her. I'm just not gonna do it. It's not in my interest to. You know, it's not like there's a group of like kindly old ladies who get together every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. and go over like their lives just in general, right? Nothing to do with religion. They're just getting together and connecting with each other and telling each other about their like deepest, darkest secrets and their fears and all that shit and supporting each other. It's not like there's that for her, so I'm not gonna do it, right? I think that's why I think it's hard to and like, you know, that's the social aspect side of it. I did kind of get off track, but we made up the idea that this can only be accessed through cult-like propagandizing. Yes and no, because like I think the idea of like, I mean, think of what like an atheist club would look like, right? Yes, but the idea that these qualities can only be unique to religion is simply... No, I don't think that they're... No, I will say they're not unique to religion. It's just that, like, they're hard to find in one place, right? Like, I can find a sense of community, for example, by doing something like volunteering, right? Like, I can fulfill that sense of community, right? But no one's going to, like, talk to me and... or, like, you know, it's not necessarily true that I can go there and have all of the same needs met that I would at a church, right? That's all I'm trying to say. Not that it can't be replicated, because like for example, like I came out of religion, and there were definitely things that I sort of miss about it. But as on a whole, I don't feel like I don't think something is missing from my life, right? Now at this point in my life, the only time that I actually realize that I'm missing something is when I do go back to church and I listen to like the church music, right? And I'm like, oh, you know what? I actually never really found like a good alternative for this type of like organ music that makes you feel this way. And that's like, and I wish I could find that in a secular version, but like apart from that, like pretty much everything I've found elsewhere. So I definitely don't like, but I think, and I can definitely see how somebody might think that though, right? Like, because for example, for my mom, that would not be the case. Like, she wouldn't be able to find a one-to-one replacement for that. At least that's join a choir, like a non-religious choir. Do those? I guess those exist. Yeah, I guess they do. The closest thing I've found is going to a show in a bar where everyone is drunk and grooving to the music. It's true she needs to give up by herself, but there is benefit to losing that vision increases in value. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes, Artemis, but like I think a lot of religious people like they put stock in this idea that their suffering in this life is going to pay out in the next, right? At least for those religions that have like this sort of like afterlife that's based on your actions. So especially for people who, especially, and I keep bringing up my mom because she's a really good example for this. But like my mom has suffered a lot in her life, and like imagine me suddenly telling her like, okay, you know what, all of that is worth nothing. Especially when it's something that she would have been telling herself for years and years, right? Like, oh, this is going to like, it's not gonna matter, like I just have to suffer through it. Would I go to Valhalla? I would almost certainly not go to Valhalla. I can tell you that.
Why you think that? Is it just because we have sacred values, that everyone has sacred values? What, in your view, would a genuine atheist be like?
He'd be like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. And I can't really come up with a better answer than that, because it's such a complicated question that that's the right answer.
I keep forgetting that my Photoshop is stuck.
It's an amazing book.
I may have to
restart
restart
it. It's a
it.
great thriller, by the way. If there are some of you, perhaps many of you, who haven't read it, you really should read it, because it might be the greatest novel ever written. I think you can make a case for that. It's unbelievably exciting once you get into it. And Raskolnikov, he plots the perfect murder. It's so interesting because Dostoevsky, the last thing Dostoevsky ever did was make a straw man out of his
trust me, bro.
opponents, let's say.
You may have.
What Dostoevsky did in all of his great novels was make his enemies, let's say, or make each of the positions that he was trying to contend with as powerful and admirable as he possibly could. And since he was an absolutely spectacular genius, he could really do that. And so Raskolnikov plots a murder, and he murders this horrible woman, who's horrible according to everyone who knows her, who also has enslaved her rather mentally feeble niece, and who does nothing but make people miserable consciously all the time. And he does that in order to save his sister from a rather sophisticated form of prostitution, to save himself from starvation so that he can become a great lawyer and help people. Right? So Dostoevsky sets up the stage. Here is the perfect situation for a murder, and all of the rational choices point in that direction. And Raskolnikov, who's also sort of torturing himself, or sort of tortured because he's...
Okay, wait, real quick. I do want to go back to what Kid said earlier. The knowledge of fear and death... Wait, oops. The knowledge and fear of death motivates and deteriorates human motivations, and he's a huge burden, but there are healthy ways to treat and understand death that I think our culture has neglected. Yes, and I think that, like, our culture is just, we're death avoidant, right? And I will say that, like, maybe this is just, like, me being biased, but I feel like there are more people who are more comfortable with death. And I think that's just I think that comes hand in hand with just a decline in religiosity in general, right? I think that I think if we just see the decline in religiosity, then you're just going to see more and more people who are more comfortable with that. Really? I mean, no, I'm not saying that individual people. I'm just saying that in general, I would say that there are more people who are more comfortable with death. I feel like it's the opposite. Really? Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong on this. I think maybe it's also me being tainted by my own relationship with death, right? But I guess if someone, I think I would have to actually look at data before I would actually have to say yes, I feel like more people maybe. But but also it's maybe that's the thing that I'm mistaking it as well, right? Because there are less and less people who are religious, right? So surely some of them would have had to contend with their death, right? Because when it comes down to it, a lot of religions are just death-defying fantasies, right? Have I ever seen the Kurzgesagt video, The Egg? No, I have not. Alice, Rabbit and Testy are having an incest debate. Y'all just need to come onto my stream one time and debate it out. How about that? Would y'all like to do that? No, Gideon, by the way, no, but I wouldn't mind taking a crack at it. Ha ha ha. See what I did there?
Very
Okay,
well.
sorry.
Not thinking very clearly.
Do it right now.
undertakes
No,
the
we need to finish this. It's literally 13 more minutes. We can do this.
He gets away with it. And before he does it, he berates himself in what I would describe as the negative atheistic style. And he basically says, look, there is every rational reason to split this woman's skull with an axe. Look at all the good I would do. Look at all the well-being I would enhance. And so he does it. And then all hell breaks loose. And what Dostoevsky was see, Raskolnikov built himself up to the murder in part by laying out the rational case, but also by saying, well, there's no God. There's no metaphysical reason that's stopping me from committing this act. And there's all these reasons that appear perfectly rational, pushing me in that direction. Perhaps I'm nothing but a moral coward for failing to undertake it. So he does. But what he finds out is that he broke an inviolable moral rule, something that spoke to his own soul, so to speak. And the rest of the book basically involves his sequential post-traumatic unraveling. And the post-traumatic issue is very interesting because one of the things you do see happening with post-traumatic stress disorder is that it very often occurs in people who watch themselves do something of great malevolence. By their own admission, I'm not projecting this onto them. They've watched themselves they've stepped outside the ancient moral code unwittingly.
The ancient moral code, okay.
Conducted themselves in a manner they cannot reconcile themselves to, and they are permanently broken. So there are works like that, Crime and Punishment, first and foremost, I would say, that do a lovely job of elucidating in narrative form how these self-evident moral presuppositions are necessarily nested inside this broader narrative metaphorical
the ancient
substrate.
Code.
And that you use your rationality divorced from that metaphorical substrate at your peril. And I believe that to be the case. I think that's an accurate psychological summation.
Thank you. I'm curious if Matt has any thoughts on the matter.
You think?
I have plenty.
So it's rather surprising, and I promise you I don't mean this to be insulting because I definitely place you considerably higher than most of the apologists that I've engaged with. But there's a common theme from the apologists, and that is you're not really an atheist.
No.
Because. Now, in Dr. Peterson's case, it's you're not really an atheist because, in my mind, an atheist is someone who would be a murderer. And so I'm just, rather than saddle you with that, you just think you're an atheist, but really you're not. From other apologists, it's you think you're an atheist, but you're not, because God's written his moral code on your heart. Is what this is essentially, as far as I can tell, what was expressed in some way, that there's a moral foundation, a moral center that God has imbued people with, and that we all know this, or we all recognize it, or you're not really an atheist, or this is what an atheist would do. An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe there's a God. I am not convinced there's a God. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm convinced there are no gods, although that is a subset of, hey, I don't believe there's a God, and then there's a subset that is, I believe there are no gods. This is, as I've talked about previously, independent of whether or not I can be a moral being or do good things, is independent from whether or not there's awe and wonder or purpose and meaning in my life. In much the same way that, previously they wanted to kind of say, oh, this is a secular humanist, regime that was just awful. Well, it wasn't secular humanism. There were atheist fans who wrote me that were like, oh man, I can't wait till you do this conversation with Jordan. And I was like,
Jordy!
Cool. And still, I hope that we have many more conversations as well, because just saying one thing that I find irritating is never going to be enough to get rid of me. But I asked them, great, I'm not that familiar with him. What is it about him that you like, and what are the concerns? And they came back with a bunch of things. None of them said anything about agreeing with views on religion. They seemed very confused on those things. And so the good news for them is that while he thinks atheists would be murderers, he doesn't actually think you're an atheist. And that is his way of getting around acknowledging things that conflict with his worldview. I don't get to decide who is or isn't a true Christian. I didn't even get to decide that when I was a believer. I definitely don't get to do it now. So if somebody tells me they're a Christian, I'm going to have to accept that. I have a model in my head of what that means. I have a model in my head of what it means to be a Muslim.
That's very
but I'm
interesting.
willing for them to explain to me what their model is. I know people who identify as Christian atheists. They really love the stuff that Jesus said, but they don't actually believe there's God. Thomas Jefferson famously cut out the Jefferson Bible and removed every reference to the supernatural and miracles and things like that because he
Interesting,
really
I didn't know
admired
that.
the teachings of it. And sure, I think you could be a cultural Christian in that if you wanted to. It's strange to me that I'm not sitting here with somebody like Ray Comfort when I'm told
Oh my fucking
you're
god,
not
Ray
really an
Comfort.
atheist because you're too good to be an atheist. And this is what atheists hear all the time when they come out. They've been sidelined because of religious privilege around the world for years. And then atheists come out to their family members or friends or people they've known for years, and they're like, you're an atheist? How can that be? You're such a good person. I've known you all this time. It's because the mindset.
Does the chat
of
even
what
remember who
people
Ray
have-
Comfort is? He's the banana guy, isn't he? Is he the banana guy? I'm pretty sure he's the banana guy. Banana! Yes! Oh my god. Okay, alright. I'm so
about
tempted
what an
to
atheist
hold on.
is has been poisoned by religious proclamations. We have been denigrated from the pulpit, and it has seeped into every aspect of culture, right up to the height of intellectual pursuits. And it's time for that to end. And I hate to tell you, you get the last question for us.
Oh
that's
no,
so much
atheist
more
nightmare.
sorry
Okay,
to
wait,
handle.
yeah.
They're flagging me.
Okay. You want to talk more about consciousness or more about morality?
It's your question, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, real quick before we get into this last and finish up this thing, the whole they don't fit your idea of this is what's called repackaging, right? Because the Christian has an idea that if you're A, then you have all these you have all of these characteristics, right? And so then you come along, right? And you have that one and that one and that one, but you don't have this one and you don't have this one. And so now the Christian's okay, fuck. they don't meet all they don't meet all the like, you know, they're not A because they don't meet all of these characteristics. Like, what now? And so what happens is that they end up like repackaging it, and the way that it can get repackaged is that it can get repackaged in a couple different ways, right? They can say, well, you are still A, but you're lying. You're lying about not being this and not being this. Or you're like, you truly believe that, like, you know, you're deluded, basically, like you are really this and you are really this, but you just, like, you know, you think that you're not, right? Or it could be like, well, you're just pretending to be, like the good person, or you're pretending that this is like actually not the case. Like, there's a couple different ways that they could. There's a YouTuber that explains this repackaging way more than way better than I can. I sent you a video. You find it interesting. Okay, thank you, kid. But yeah, like the repackaging. Fuck, I might actually have to pull that repackaging video up later, because I think that it's a really good way of like visualizing like how somebody can essentially like meet solid proof that what they believe isn't true, but still come away like with a more renewed like they almost believe it strong, like they believe what they're believing even more strongly, even though they've met like literal proof that, hey, being an atheist isn't like there can be an atheist who doesn't have morals granted them by a god, and they can still be immoral. Like they do like a bunch of repackaging, pretending like male feminists. Oh no. How can I act good without being religious? Yeah, and I mean, okay, and some of it is that they can't, but sometimes especially when it's the case that the church is feeding them, right? That, like, you know, these atheists are like, they're insidious, right? Like there is a version of the repackaging where it's like basically, like they're basically the devil, like, you know, they're actively trying to manipulate you, right? And that's like the worst kind of repackaging, because that puts you in a no-wit situation. Like, you can never really convince them that, hey, actually your idea of what A was, that is wrong. Because when they have a response for every kind of like, when they have like when they have like every kind of response, you can't actually come back and attack this idea. You have to like find a completely different tactic, especially when it's the case that like especially if they mistreat you, right? Like, even years down the road, let's say that they realize that A was actually a lie, right? Like, they're gonna have so many blocks in their head to have to go through to even realize that A was a lie. But on top of all of that, they have to contend with the fact that they ostracized people who were A, right? Like, they ostracized people on the basis of this fucking list, which may have never been true to begin with. You can convince a Christian of the evolution of moral intuitions that they will see it instead as evidence that these moral intuitions were somehow implanted into us because it's presupposed as the. Yeah, no, that's just a bunch of, like, you know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me that, like, apparently, like, the purest religion was only like situated in this one spot in, like, you know, ancient ancient Asia, basically, right? Like, in the Middle East. Like, no. Every time I don't kill someone, actually the devil helps hold back that urge in order to trick Christians into being atheists. Oh no. Alright,
Yeah,
such is the
fine.
power of God.
Yeah, because that'll be quick.
Yeah.
Not like consciousness would have been any quicker.
So, Matt, thanks so much
I also
for
wanna
coming
see
back
this
to
one,
Toronto.
see
Always
this.
great to hear you talk. Dr. Peterson, thanks for coming. You seem,
Ooh.
Mr. Peterson, you seem sort of very willing to talk about how evolution and biological underpinnings can influence the meta-narrative down the road that, you know, underpins our lives. But can't it also just be that evolution underpins morality without that extra step? Like, isn't it enough that the only animals that evolved are the ones that didn't die, and the only ones that evolved in the only ones that evolved into a society are the ones that could live in a civilized society? Like, isn't it really clear that there are evolutionary underpinnings to morality, and that there are animals that display morality, and that it's not just humans? We're really good at it, but we're not the only ones.
Well, I would say certainly the last part of your statements are true, is that you can see what like morality in some sense is an emergent property of group interactions.
This is a
It's
really
more
good
complicated
question.
than that, because it's group interactions across time. It's more complicated than that. You see the
Well, it's
clear
more
underpinnings of
complicated
morality in
because
animals. Sure. You're asking, does there have to be something metaphysical beyond that?
No, I'm saying what
Oh, okay.
seems metaphysical to us is just because we're like really faulty analyzers of the real world, like the whole shadows in the grass.
He's
type
about to do
one.
exactly what I just
Sorry,
said.
like
Yeah, I want to see.
positive
I want to
false
see what.
knowledge.
Yeah, I want to see
But,
what he
like,
actually says. I don't actually know what he's gonna say.
Why we wouldn't be a society if we were just naturally disposed to being immoral. Like, morality is entirely selfish. It's really good for me to be moral because my life's really good that way, and it makes me feel really good to be nice to other people. If it felt like shit to be nice to other people, I wouldn't do it.
Well, it
So
does
we evolved
sometimes.
to be moral. There's a reason it makes us feel good.
Well, okay. Look, I'm going to refer to Jung again. Jung did hypothesize that the God, he talked a lot about the God image in human beings,
Oh
which was
no.
distinct from God. And you could say, let's go back to the psychedelic issue. You could say that people can have intense mystical experiences, even intense mystical experiences of a deity directly, let's say, because that does happen, without that being construed as evidence for the existence of a deity, right? The religious instinct could be built so deep into us that we can't get outside it, even if it's just a materialistic instinct.
Well,
That
some
is
of
a
us live
possibility.
outside it.
Mhm.
Like, I'm outside of it. and- sorry.
Let him finish, because we're out
Oh,
of time.
no.
Well,
now.
He's literally doing what
and
Kid said.
I don't really know how to distinguish between those things. I'm not even sure that you can distinguish between them. Now, do I have anything else to say about that in closing?
He ran
I
out of
guess I
salad
don't. I mean, I
There's
tried
no
to
more lettuce
lay out these views,
in the
the
bar.
answer to your question, in detail in my first book. It's about 600 pages long, and it's
Oh
and it's
shit.
really, 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 really hard. But it does address what you're asking, and I don't think there's a real simpler way of doing it. I didn't find one.
I only have a couple things to add before we close this out. First of all,
Ooh, please
I have no
answer the
idea how long
question.
my first book's going to be, but it won't be 600 pages.
Oh, he's not gonna answer the
Not
question.
that there's anything
No.
wrong with that. Also, I don't think I have anything specific to tag on to your question, because I get the impression that we're likely on this similar pages, because I think that that the moral, cultural aspects of this are something that happen naturally. We observe in other primates senses of fairness. And the key cornerstones for morality, from my perspective, while I gave an outline for a secular moral system, the foundations of that are empathy and the desire to have a good life. And the last note is, one time when I was on LSD,
Oh, wait.
I was staring at the wood grain on the bathroom door. I don't know why I was in the bathroom, but I was there.
I would answer your question, but it's better if you just read my book. It's long, by the way.
And from the wood grain on the bathroom door, an image formed. This is not a joke. It was a strawberry with an S on its chest,
The fuck?
and a face and a cape. And Super Strawberry flew off that bathroom door and did a lap around my head before it smacked right into the door and became wood grain again. Coolest trip ever. And despite that, I don't think it points to the reality of Super Strawberry or his abilities. And because because that was an incredibly unfair applause line to end the night with, I'd like to let Dr. Peterson give one last remark, and then we will thank you all and say goodnight. So if you
Oh,
have
he's
anything
too
to,
nice.
to add or close with
What a
on
strange.
anything we've discussed
Yeah,
this
wait,
evening.
this had nothing to do with the question.
Well, I only have one thing to say. I mean, I'm very pleased, for what that's worth, that these sorts of discussions are taking place
Oh
and that
no.
there's
Peterson.
an avid public audience for them. It's like, great, you know? Yeah.
This is actually making me a little sad because this was 5 years ago and look at where he is now.
And on that note of complete agreement,
Whoa,
thank you guys so
whoa. Don't fucking blow our ears out at the end there. Holy shit. This was a good debate. I did like it. It again, very sad that like this was like I would have much preferred he stayed the word salad guy and not whatever he is now, right? But like it was definitely, I mean, I guess we didn't learn too many new things as far as like religiosity. I think what I am gonna do, like that video that you put in my DMs, kid, I'm gonna add that to the list of things that we're gonna go over. Hold on, let me see what I did want to very quickly bring up a fucking non-stamp collector video because I saw that he did one on Ray Comfort. I think we're gonna watch it since it's only 2 minutes long. But also, do I want to do this before we move on away from religion? I think we'll have time. I think. Let's see how I feel after I go over this.
I say, hey.
Oh, whoop. So this is non-stamp collector. For those of you who are not familiar with Non-Stamp Collector, Non-Stamp Collector was an atheist YouTuber who went over a bunch of, he did a bunch of like really shitty looking MS Paint stuff, but they are hilarious as fuck. And I realized that he did one about Ray Comfort, so we're gonna go over this one.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, hi, Ray. I've seen your videos on YouTube.
Say, where you from?
I'm from Australia.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
Did you get one of these?
No, what's that?
It's a gospel tract.
Oh, no, I didn't get that, but I'm not really interested, thanks.
Oh, yeah? Would you consider yourself to be a good person?
Yeah, I'm a good guy.
So, well, can I ask you a few questions to see if that's true?
Sure.
Did you use God's name in vain?
Yeah, I think so.
Ever stolen something?
Yeah, I did once or twice.
Have you ever told a lie?
Yeah, you got me there.
Jesus said, whoever looks upon a woman to lust after her has committed adultery already with her in his heart. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I do that almost every day.
Well, what's your name?
My name's Non-Stamp Collector.
By your own admission. You're a lying, thieving, adulterer at heart. You've got to face God on Judgment Day.
Oh, I'd never thought of that.
And I shut him up under the law. I make him tremble before the God of creation.
What should I do?
Oh, there is one name under heaven whereby you may be saved, and that's Jesus Christ. He is the way, the truth, and the life. He came to this earth, God in human form, perfect, sinless man who gave his life as a sacrifice.
Wait a minute, Ray. Can I ask you some questions?
Go ahead.
Did you get one of these?
No.
It's information about Allah and Muhammad. I expect you're very interested in it.
Thanks. Appreciate this.
Oh wait,
Well,
it's
here are
not
some
the
things
banana
that we know
thing.
that Allah doesn't like. Men wearing silk and gold. Ever done that?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Feeling secure from Allah's plan.
Thought
You're
it
a
was-
Christian, so you must feel safe
Thought
from
it was
Allah,
gonna be
right?
about bananas.
Persistently
I've been
missing Friday
bamboozled.
prayers without any excuse. Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
Cursing. Ever done that?
Oh, yeah, one or two.
Not fasting on a day of Ramadan without excuse. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, plenty of times.
So, Ray, by your own admission, you're a silk and gold wearing, fearless, persistent Friday prayers missing, cursing, excuseless non-Ramadan faster.
Wow.
And we know from the Quran that, and as for those who do evil, their abode is the fire. Whenever they wish to leave, they will be forced back into it, and it will be said to them, taste the torment of fire which you used to reject.
Wow.
But there is good news. If you shun the most heinous sins, which you are forbidden, we will do away with your small sins and admit you to a gate of great honor. So, what do you say, Ray? Are you ready to repent of the sins you've been committing against Allah and devote your life to serving Him?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Great. I mean, it's just logical, isn't it, Ray?
No, yeah, pretty much.
It clearly says this in a book. And it also says in this book that it's God's truth.
Okay, alright. I'm gonna stop it real quick because I'm just gonna say that, like, that is the other thing too, is that, like, even if you can, like, somehow, like, agree to basically there being an objective morality, there's really nothing that says, like, this is the objective morality, right? Like, it could be any religion. And, like, how do you determine which religion? I mean, I guess that's the point of this video. But
So
yeah.
you've made the right decision.
Yeah, I reckon.
Well done, you're now a Muslim.
What an incredible privilege.
Yes, Judiox, we are going to take, we're gonna take a short, we're gonna jump over and watch this video. But then, yes, we are going to get to the Iran video today. I always wanted to ask Ray Comfort if I'm a cook, if I cooked, like, twice in my life. I don't remember, like, all of Ray Comfort's stuff apart from the banana thing. He used the theist arguments to destroy the theist arguments. Yeah. Also, by the way, Mosh, the Untold, this kind of looks interesting as well. But I have a list. This is going on the list as well, because this, I kind of wonder, I feel like this shouldn't be 12 minutes, right? I feel like there's a TLDR in here somewhere. Because this was also like 2 days ago. Right? Like, what's this about? Do you have a TLDR for us by chance? Alright. We're gonna move on. We're gonna take a quick, like, not quick. This isn't, it's only 20 minutes. We can do it, okay? We are going to hop over to, Coffee House Crime and do a quick crime video before we return yet again to religion. So if you've been tired of religion and you want a break from religion, here's your break. But we are going back to the religion afterwards. There's a clip in it from the debate we just watched, so you can leave that out. It's only half as long as thing. Do I want to do it now? Do I want to do it later? No, I want to switch over. I want to switch over to the murder stuff. But then we'll come back, and I think we will very quickly go, like, try to go through this before then going into Iran Ra. Vog likes to talk about religion too, by the way. Oh, I don't mind listening to religion. I just kind of want to do something different. The philosophy stuff can make my brain melt a little bit sometimes.
Oystein Arseth.
Also, real quick, before I get into this, for sure, but, like, it's not a fucking Ice Beam stream without a billion sunlocks, okay? But if you're here and you're enjoying the content and you haven't followed me, please fucking follow me. It's literally free. I will not say no to any subs thrown my way, any primers. If you got any primers hanging around, please consider giving those to me. I would love to get a mic arm at some point. So that's what I'm saving up for. But yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and dive on into this. Let me see how the volume is on this, and then we will get rolling. He really doesn't like a specific religion. Guess which one? Oh dear.
Better known as Euronymous, was a questionable man with a very questionable
I'm gonna start
past.
it over.
And in fact, Oystein Arseth, better known as Euronymous, was a questionable man with a very questionable past. And in fact, some of his decisions were borderline psychotic. But when his body was found outside of his home in August of 1993, his friends, family and fans were all shocked. But the craziest part of this story isn't actually about Oystein. It's about his perpetrator, and the deluded monster that he eventually became. This case is a strange journey through the realm of an often misunderstood subculture, and the events that were so catastrophic that they permanently scarred the black metal community's reputation. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, folks. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Euronymous. And of course, just to let you know that I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here weekly. So if that's your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. Now, I probably don't need to tell you this, but please go grab yourself a coffee, take a seat, and sit back. This is the case of Euronymous.
Oops. Euronymous.
Good evening, or assimilating to our location today, Gokvel. Our story today takes us to a country rarely covered here on Coffee House Crime. Welcome to the beautiful northern land of Norway. Known for its breathtaking fjords, beautiful waterfalls, and striking mountainous terrain, Norway's natural beauty is both expansive and endless. Now, of course, we do have to mention one of the country's most famous features. It's one of the best places in the world to catch a glimpse of the ever-dazzling northern lights. And, personally speaking, another very interesting thing about Norway is its Doomsday Vault. Up in the isolated region of Svalbard, Norway has an underground vault that contains over 900,000 varieties of seeds from all over the world.
What the fuck?
And that's just in case, well, you know what could happen. Norway is a country that should be on everyone's bucket list. It blends beauty alongside darkness. And the land of the midnight sun is a pretty metal nickname for a country too. This brings us to the subject of today's case. We begin our story in 1968, and alongside the western coast of Norway lies the municipality of Sørdal. This is where Helga and Inga Arseth would welcome their son Øystein Arseth into the world. So Øystein was born one of two children, but due to the controversial events that you will soon discover, his brother has been kept anonymous to this very day. Not too much is known about Øystein in his earlier years, but he was known to be quiet and sensitive, and did rather well throughout his elementary school years. This calm temperament carried on into high school, where he was modest, mild-tempered, and seemed to maintain his focus on his studies. And towards the end of high school, Øystein was achieving top grades with relative ease. But in 1984, when his final exams came around, he didn't bother to attend them. Deciding that school wasn't for him, he instead formed a band with two friends, Jonas Stubberud and Kjetil Mannheim. And between the three of them, they formed the band Mayhem. At least for Øystein, his lifelong dream of forming a black metal band simply couldn't wait. And so, unfortunately, putting all of his eggs in one basket, he left school for good. The band may have only been three young men, but they worked hard to create an image for themselves.
My god, that
They would advertise themselves as dark, strange, and macabre. And 2 years after its creation, Mayhem would release their first album on cassette tape, which was named, Pure Fucking Armageddon. To further strengthen their deathly facade, the band members adopted stage names. Øystein became known as Euronymous, while Jorn gave himself the violent name of Necrobutcher. As for Kjetil, he left the band shortly after their first album, which then prompted the last two remaining members to welcome two more to the squad. New vocalist Per Ollen gave himself the rather simple nickname of Dead. And to replace the missing drummer, Jan Axel Blomberg joined with the nickname Hellhammer. All of Mayhem's members took their alter egos very seriously. They soon began to talk, perform, and even behave like them. Now, this does hold some very grave consequences, so moving forward, I'll be using their stage names to address them. Euronymous, Dead, and Hellhammer were living in a small house up in the woodlands. They dubbed this place the Hen House, where they could be as loud and reckless as they wanted for their rehearsals. When the band was created, the Norwegian black metal scene was fairly small, but as Mayhem's years making music progressed, they tried to set a new standard of how bands should portray themselves. You see, Euronymous hated how supposedly fake the scene was. Although other bands sang about Satanism, hating Christianity, violence, and death,
Dead was so cute, I could have saved him.
And it was all just a dark fantasy to them.
Oh, no.
So in short, they were all technically doing the opposite of virtue signaling. Euronymous was a theistic Satanist, meaning that he believed in Satan as a real and existing deity. He claimed that he believed that pain and misery should be spread, and to add to this, he was extremely misanthropic, meaning that he had a burning hatred for the human race. He also despised Christianity, which was strange but not unusual, and although he was raised as a Christian by his parents, they did let him leave the church when he was 15 years old. So there was no real reason for him to feel this way. His particularly edgy and dark attitude often got on the nerves of those around him as well. This included other members of the band, as the Hen House had its fair share of tensions after moving in. Both Euronymous and Dead would often clash, and one night, Dead would even leave the house to sleep alone in the woods so he could get away from Euronymous and his overly loud music. Sadly, there were much bigger problems. Dead unfortunately suffered from mental health issues, which included depression. And sadly, this would lead to his tragic death in April of 1991.
Oh no.
It was during that month that Euronymous had returned home after running some errands, and after opening the front door, he noticed blood throughout the property. Following the trail, it led to Dead's bedroom. And sadly, it is here that he found the body of his own friend, who tragically had taken his own life. He had cut himself open before taking a shotgun slug to the head. However, instead of grieving over the loss of a close friend, or even calling the police or an ambulance, Euronymous embarked on a very dark path. He left the house and bought a camera. Returning to the house, he then rearranged Dead's body and placed items around him to create a rather dramatic looking scene. He then took photographs to save for himself later, and trust me, it gets even worse. Euronymous then excitedly called the remaining housemate Hellhammer to tell him what had happened. He found it very cool that Dead was now dead, but Hellhammer was of course distraught and furious. Euronymous then collected parts of his friend's skull and turned them into necklaces. And over the following years, he gave these necklaces to anyone he deemed worthy. However, the worst part to all of this is that, shockingly, he had used one of the photos he had taken as an album cover to his new record. To this day, it is still used for their album cover, The Dawn of Black Arts, and it's heavily cited as one of the darkest album covers in history.
What the fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. I need to look up this. What did... The Dawn of Black Arts? The Dawn of Black Arts, okay. Album cover. Don't Google it. It's too late, I've Googled it. Oh fuck, wait a second. Oh no! Motherfucker! Probably, yeah, no, I'm not Googling this on stream, no. Holy shit, that was a real picture? What?
Now, I wish I could say that this was the end of our story.
Wait, so this is Euronymous is our Varg fellow, right?
But in truth, we are only getting started, as eventually our rather brash and violent Euronymous would actually become the victim.
Oh no, never mind, maybe?
Jorns Jubberud, who was also known as Necrobutcher, believes that Euronymous' actions were a way of coping after seeing the death of his friend. To add to this, he also believes that this is when Euronymous had changed, and fully became the persona that he portrayed. With his vile actions, Euronymous drove a strong rift between many of his current friends, and in the process, he would also lose Necrobutcher to the band. From here on out, the black metal scene in Norway became more macabre, and more about Satanism, misanthropy, and evil. Euronymous started encouraging and sensationalizing the topics in which the band sang about, and this in turn would also partially change the black metal scene forever. In the year of 1991, and to further his own vision for black metal, he opened a record store named Helvet, which, if you're wondering, is the Norwegian word for hell. You can probably guess what it looked like, but the internal walls were painted in black, adorned with medieval weapons, pentagrams, and other items perceived to be macabre. The shop also had a large basement where members of the community could hang out. The basement actually became a very popular meeting place and quickly gained popularity in the scene. The shop can still be visited to this day, and in fact, many fans make the pilgrimage to take pictures in the basement. So anyway, during his first year of owning Helvet, Euronymous also created his own record label, which was named Death Like Silence Productions. He would take many bands under his wing, often promoting them if they had the same vision as his own. And one of these artists, who, by the way, is crucial to this case, is Varg Vikernes.
Oh, there you go.
Varg was 5 years younger than Euronymous. He fit in very well with the scene, and alongside his own music, Varg became the new bass guitarist for Mayhem. The band tended to cycle through members quite frequently, and was rather turbulent with its lineup. And although the relationship between Varg and Euronymous was amicable at first, this sadly wouldn't last. Soon after this, it developed into some kind of rivalry, all about who could be the most shocking and provocative. Now, Euronymous did not like this at all. He enjoyed having the spotlight all to himself, and he was obsessed with the attention and showmanship of it all. In fact, their rivalry would put the black metal community right into the public light in June of 1992, when the Fantoft Stage Church near Bergen suddenly caught on fire. Being built in the 12th century, the whole church was made of wood, and therefore was not fireproof, and initially it was suspected to have been a lightning strike. But later in the investigation, it was concluded to have been an act of arson, an action that was later revealed to have been Varg, and his motive to support the black metal ideologies of Satanism. Later on, a photo of the burnt remains of the chapel eventually became the cover of one of Varg's solo albums. The album was named Aske, which fittingly translates to ashes. And of course, the media stereotyped this, stigmatizing all black metalers as violent Satan worshippers, when actually, these acts are only done by an extreme fringe of the community. The burning of Fantoft Stage Church sparked a spree of church burnings across the country, all of which were done to promote the image of black metal. Varg was present at many of these burnings.
So
and
weird,
as
though.
for Euronymous, we know he attended at least one of them. Shortly
The
after
fun
these
part.
burnings, both Varg and Euronymous organised an interview with a Christian news reporter, where Varg then attempted to paint the black metal community as the enemy of Christianity. Varg would even go on to claim that he'd killed a man a few years prior in Lillehammer. However, even to this day, it is still yet to be proven. Obvious to say, but their goal for this interview was to both shock and scare people as much as possible. In order to attract more customers to Helvet, they dishonestly spread violent rumours about black metal.
Varg is truly
And
a
although it is
specimen, he
arguably
is.
obvious that some of their claims and statements were exaggerated and fake, the media always ran with any sensationalized stories that they could print. After all, shock value is rather appealing to the wider market. This outwardly violent and satanic image of black metal divided the community, and many of those in the scene preferred it when it was smaller and out of the public eye. However, very little did they know that shortly after this, the black metal community would once again be thrust into the public spotlight for all the wrong reasons. By August of 1993, the fire between Euronymous and Varg had burned to a newfound heat. Varg's solo albums had started to sell relatively well, and Euronymous, who was his record label, owed him quite a lot of money in royalties.
Oh no.
To add to this financial tension, the competitive behaviour between both men had heightened, and after Varg's previous church-burning antics, Euronymous knew it was going to be hard to top him. It was at this moment that Varg learned of a rather concerning rumour. A mutual friend who was also close to Euronymous had warned him that he was in danger, and apparently, Euronymous was planning to do something horrific to Varg. He was told that Euronymous planned to stun him with a stun gun, tie him up, and then drag him out to the middle of the woods, where he would then torture Varg to death. And allegedly, this would be done to create the black metal scene's first documented snuff film. Now, Varg wasn't going to believe this at face value, as verbally speaking, Euronymous liked to blow a lot of smoke, but there was rarely any fire. He was all about image and playing his character. However, if Euronymous' plans were actually true, then obviously this would hold massive consequence for Varg. So moving forward, he leaned on the safe side of cautious. And then, on the 10th of August 1993, came a rather suspicious request. Euronymous asked Varg if he could drop off some unsigned contracts at his place, possibly so he could finally get Varg the royalties and money that he was owed. Varg became extremely suspicious over this, as usually all formalities would be done in the shop. So why was he asking to meet in private? And why out of hours?
Oh,
To add to this, Euronymous was apparently acting rather strangely too. Maybe perhaps he had heard that Varg was scheming something. Either way, on that night, it seemed that the pair knew that one of them was not going to walk away alive. Pulling up outside of Euronymous' apartment, lighting a cigarette, Blackthorn stayed outside of the apartment while Varg, with contracts in hand, made his way up to Euronymous' front door. Upon entering, a stoic conversation between the two began. But when Varg raised his arm to hand Euronymous the contract, Euronymous panicked, and in return kicked him square in the chest. Turning on his foot, Euronymous ran towards the kitchen to grab a knife, but somewhere along the way, a struggle between the two ensued. The pair were evenly matched, and with both men prepared to kill each other, it was anyone's guess who was going to come out victorious. Wrestling over a knife, Varg eventually snatched it out of Euronymous' hands, and now in control, he began to repeatedly strike him with it. Euronymous tried to run away, but with each step taken, he was met with another puncture wound to his body. But by the time he had reached his apartment's public stairwell, he tragically moved no more. Oystein Arseth, better known as Euronymous, was dead at the age of 25. He had taken 2 stab wounds to the head, 5 to the neck, and 16 to the back.
Jesus!
As expected, Varg fled the scene, where he then travelled back to Bergen to his apartment and lay low. And all in the meanwhile, it did not take long for Oystein's body to be found. As we all know, it was left in a public stairwell. Now at first, investigating officers had no idea who killed Oystein, but after speaking to friends and family, and even some fans, they learned of the thick tension between him and Varg. And you can probably guess where this is going, because only 9 days later, Varg Vikernes was finally arrested for the murder of Oystein. Upon his arrest, police found over 150 kilograms of explosives in his flat that he shared with 2 other people, and of course one of them was Blackthorn. During his trial, which began on May 2nd, 1994, Varg argued that he was acting in self-defense and that Oystein had attacked him first. But Varg's defense was wholly rejected by the jury, and testimonies from those close to Varg claimed it was methodically planned murder. According to some close contacts, Varg and Blackthorn went to Oystein's apartment with the sole intention of killing him. Investigating officers also highlighted that their roommate stayed in the Bergen apartment to provide the other 2 with a solid alibi. We know this because this roommate rented movies and withdrew cash from Varg's credit card during the time of Euronymous' death. And so, no surprise, on the 19th of May 1994, after just 17 days of trial, Varg Vikernes was found guilty of murder, arson, theft, and the possession of explosives.
Jeez.
As a result, he was sentenced to 21 years in prison, which is the maximum penalty one can serve in Norway. During this time in prison,
Wait,
Varg
really?
worked on a number of projects, which
For
included
that
the continuation of making music and writing a couple of books. And these books portrayed his religious and political views, which are very questionable. One was titled Varg's Speech, which told his side of the story and ultimately talked about his own worldviews. The other book was titled Teutonic Mythology and Worldviews. Varg was also obsessed with being Teutonic, which essentially is another word for Germanic. The word is often used
Germanic?
by Nazis as an alternative to
Oh.
Aryan. And
Never
so,
mind.
you won't be surprised to learn that Varg was actually a bona fide neo-Nazi through and through, hiding his dark
Never
behaviors and
mind.
ideologies behind the front of paganism and Odinism. When Varg was released from prison
Oh,
in 2009, he began to spread these ideologies, which of course were both extremely xenophobic and racist. So much so that in the year 2014, he was charged by French authorities for inciting racial hatred against Muslims and Jews, all of which were written through articles on his blog. And blogs weren't the only place that Varg vented online. He once had a YouTube channel which amassed over 250,000 subscribers before being banned in 2019. And looking at some of his videos, it is quite clear to see why.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I promote traditionalism.
Oh
But
no.
have I always been traditional? Was I traditional in my teens? Let's find out. The
Oh,
funny
no.
thing is that, yes, I was.
This is
I
creepy,
didn't
dude.
drink myself into a stupor as a teenager. I didn't chase skirts. I was traditional, even when I was a teenager. So you were a girl with piercings. Ugh, I lost all interest in you. So you were a girl with tattoos. Ugh, I lost all interest in you. So you were a girl who slept with one of my friends to get to know me. Bad move. I have no interest in you. So you were a girl who got drunk in some context. Sorry, not interested. So you were a girl who looked like a traditional musclehead. Sorry, I lost all interest
All right,
in you.
bye, DJ Interrupted. Thanks so much for stopping by.
So you were a girl with
Thanks
a
for the
ring
look.
on your freaking thumb? No, I lost all interest in you, even there. Not gonna claim that I was the ideal teen, because I had some other issues. Authority issues, say,
like
and
killing
some
your
rebellious tendencies. But not in that context. I was
Jesus.
very traditional, even as a teen. Bad guys, what you gonna do? What
Oh,
you gonna
no.
do when they come for you? Let's find out.
It seems
Jeez.
that, after his YouTube channel was terminated, he declared he was officially done with the internet. Which makes sense, as the man is very adamant to withhold his traditional values. All the more benefit to us, I suppose. Strangely enough, Varg also created his own tabletop board game, which was a fantasy role-playing game
Got
named
unbanned
Mythorok.
recently? Oh,
This
no.
has some extremely questionable content, and I won't even bother going into this one. And all in the meanwhile, while Varg is now out in the real world, we can't forget that he took the life of Oystein Aarseth, a fellow band member, a son, a brother, and a friend. While Oystein was without a doubt not a good person, he was just a teenager when he began to act differently to those around him. During this time, he was in a particularly sensitive stage of his life for development, and no one is sure what quite went wrong. He disrespected his friends and peers to the extreme, and although it's never cool to be a douche, he did not deserve to have his life taken. Oystein wasn't always Euronymous, and there were times where he would just be his plain self. His family remember him as a sweet, well-mannered person. Oystein would often say to them that the press writes what they want. You and I know who I am. It was painful for his closest friends and family to read the newspapers after his passing, and only for them to see his fabricated evil persona, not the
Metal
man they
ladies
knew
are
and
hot,
loved.
true.
This day, there are still those that hail Oystein, or Euronymous, as one of the most influential people to have ever existed in the realms of metal music. And in fact, many look up to Euronymous as a forefather of everything black metal. While many don't necessarily miss him, or what he did in the past, he is sorely missed by his family, friends, peers, and of course his fans.
So I'm ending this one slightly different to my usual, as in this instance, both the victim and the perpetrator were not necessarily good people. But what are your thoughts on Euronymous? To add to this, what are your thoughts about his altercation with Varg? Do you think it was self-defense or stone-cold murder? Please of course let me know in the comments section down below. And thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime. If you found this case interesting or you learned something new, then please remember to like the video and subscribe.
Okay, yes, we will. Okay, so what's really interesting though is that like it doesn't seem to be like I don't know. I mean, I'm sold on that it was murder, like, but it also was like that could have gone either way, right? Based on these facts. Yeah, I mean, I think him defending the murder is probably not completely unjustified, right? Cause like I don't know, I don't know. I think that like it does seem like they were both paranoid and they both like met under suspicious circumstances. I don't think we know for sure what happened. Yeah, right. Like I think that's the other thing too, is like where is this account coming from, right? And I mean, I think, okay, now I will say that, like, okay, like, if you, like, let's say you are self-defense, right? And then after that, it's like, you know, how many stab wounds did it take? Or I mean, I think that there are some things you can infer, right? 16 stabs in the back are not self-defense. Right, that's what I think I'm saying. He drove, like, halfway across the country to murder him. I guess, okay, here's the thing. I'm not dismissing the conviction, right? Because like really like the people who know the best are probably like the people who convicted him, right? But that being said, I'm saying like the circumstances of them meeting like they did were suspicious. We don't know that he planned to kill him. I think I missed the part where it said that he drove across the country to, like, I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, also, where, oh. Where is that Iran Vra video? Streams. Jeez. I was like, what's this? What is this? How about, yes, thank you. Thank you, Bars. Traditional people aren't murderers, Ice Beans, true. Varg is a piece of work either way, right? His tradition is being a Viking. Oh my god, Shang Yang gang. Shang Yang, I'm assuming you're familiar with Varg. Maybe I'll pull up some of his tweets. Wait, where are they? Where are those tweets? Let's go take a look. Here, I'm just gonna pull up the ones that Ergi sent in book club a while ago. Here, will they just open up in this? Oh, here we go. Here, let's. There you go. Euronymous chose the weapons as it's not his fault. Will this open in the same thing? Okay, it will, okay. It is of my firm opinion that the whole trans thing's blown out of proportions and all those who give it attention help distract us from a lot more important issues, okay? He has quite an obsession with foreskins. I don't think it was in the video, but he drove from Bergen to Oslo, which, according to Google Maps, takes about 7 hours. No, I'm not saying that it wasn't premeditated, right? Like, I fully believe that he had some, like, not great intentions with this dude. But also, I think that there were basically... The circumstances of them meeting weren't exactly like the whole thing what he said about him not meeting him at the shop, for example. Credit to Ergi for posting this. What is this? Is it gonna open? Oh no. Oh no. So you see, that's where the trouble began. That smile. That damned smile. Okay, wait, where's the, here, oh no, this is doubly fucked now. How much XP was Euronymous? Goblin Chieftain, HD2, HP 9 to 14, so about 20 XP, Jesus. In my viewpoint, this guy is very unlikely to have a foreskin. He really is obsessed with, foreskin. I used to listen to his music when I was younger, still occasionally now, and I've seen bits of his online posting and videos and so on. You're talking about Varg, right? Jesus. Where's the, let's see. Oh, this one got me laughing the other day. This one was funny. You'll be so incredibly glad to hear that I'm gay and will very proudly end my bloodline. We all appreciate that. Thank you. Where's the, he really, like, the number of tweets that he has related to foreskins is just, like, what is it with these guys and foreskins? Like, I mean, I know it's, like, I know about the whole, like, the Jewish link, but apart from that, like, what is it about that specifically? Because I thought that Christians also circumcise their kids, right? Am I mistaken? Isn't that the case that Christians also circumcise their kids? Alright, let me see if there was anything else here. Yeah, no, that's basic. That's more or less it for, it's a combination of it being a Jewish practice and revulsion of the idea of the practice itself. He's a Norse pagan, an Odinite. Oh. Oh, he's not a fan of Christianity. Oh, okay, alright, okay. But I guess, like, that's... Okay, I guess my point is that just because you're circumcised doesn't necessarily mean that you are, like, a Jewish person, right? Or, like, even if you don't like, because this is specifically, like, he seems to be targeting, well, he seems to be targeting certain types of people, right? When he is talking about this stuff, right? Like, we know he's an anti-Semite. To him it does. Okay, yeah, that's, I mean, that's fair enough, but I am not Varg. Should we follow him? No context Varg? Alright. We're following him now. Okay, Jidiox, if you're still here, I can't find that, the link, the Aranra link that you linked. He's a good follow. Genital mutilation is not a bad thing to be persistent about, but he is it all for the wrong reason. Yeah, no, I agree that, like, I agree I'm not a fan of circumcision myself, but, you know, like, I think that, this is a little creepy, you know? Like, this level of of obsession is just a little creepy. Okay, let me see one more time if I can find this video. And if not, we are going to be, let's see. Oh wait, I should be searching my thing. No, it's not in my Discord. Okay. I think we might, like, let's go ahead and watch this. Oh, it's muted. Whoops. You have become Varg, destroyer of foreskins. No, wait, no, not destroyer, remember? It can't be destroyer. Also, let's close all these fucking tabs. Holy shit. Alright. Alright, Parse. Thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you on the next one. Ooh. It's been long enough that I have to reset my background. I need to figure out a way to figure out a way that my background doesn't crap out on me after 3 hours. Alright. So this apparently is like a follow-up of maybe why Jordan Peterson refuses to debate him again, because this title kind of sounds weird, like he already debated him, right? So, like, what's going on? But let's see what happens. I have no idea.
Jordan Peterson won't debate you anymore?
Ooh.
Well, it seems to be true.
I'm gonna turn it down.
Basically, while we were finishing up on stage, he said he'd be happy to have another conversation with me. And then the second the debate was over, he bolted off the stage, went and locked himself in his dressing room. And what I was told is that his manager, publicist, whoever, basically said you should never do another event with that guy. And so I haven't heard anything from Jordan Peterson since that night.
You were incredibly polite and reasonable. It's actually, I don't think I did any favors for him, to be honest.
No.
But especially when he said you can't quit smoking without a mystical experience.
Just like people report other experiences as if they were religious or ghosts or whatever, we have no way of confirming that this something mystical or supernatural actually happened. What this is about the language.
Stops people from smoking.
Well, you can stop smoking without any sort of supernatural intervention.
No, not really.
You can't stop smoking without supernatural?
There aren't really any reliable chemical means for inducing smoking cessation. You can use a drug called bupropion. I think that's the one. Whatever Wellbutrin is.
Is that supernatural?
No, you don't need a supernatural effect, but it doesn't work very well. But if you give people magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and they have a mystical experience, they have about an 85% chance of smoking cessation with one treatment. But that's kind of like evidence, you know. It's kind of like evidence.
It's evidence that you can take mushrooms and increase your chance of quitting smoking. But
no, it's not. It's indication that if you take mushrooms and you have a mystical experience, you'll stop smoking, because it doesn't work if you don't have
if you take mushrooms and you have an experience that you describe as mystical,
mushrooms to quit smoking,
then you'll increase your chance of smoking. That doesn't tell me whether or not there was something to this notion that they had an experience that was supernatural in any sense.
I think before I even went to bed that night, I called Sam Harris.
Wait,
what? I probably didn't call him. I probably emailed him either that night or the very next day to let him know basically what happened. Here's where you can watch it, because I knew that Sam was going to be doing an event with Jordan within a month of what I did. And I think their event went really well, but I think probably the thing I'm proudest of, and I had really good help from a friend, Ozymandias Ramses, who many of you know, a philosopher that I've had on podcasts and stuff before.
It is true that anti-addiction programs often have the idea of surrender to a higher power in them, but I feel like Peterson is kind of butchering the argument there. I think he really is no. I agree. Known racist. Yeah, I'm also interested in knowing essentially what was the nature of the beef, the specific beef between Matt Dillahunty and Sam Harris, right? Like I've heard about Sam Harris being a sussy baka, but like I haven't like what's all this about Sam Harris being thrown off of stage and all that shit, right? Like what's all that? What was all that about?
Was there at that event and asked one of the best questions during the Q&A, and it really led to some clarity. He's exceptionally good at being able to ask the right question that directs a conversation towards the linchpin
Like
that you
Sam
need
is
to pull.
crowd surfing?
Thank you both for
I don't
a
know.
very
Oh,
interesting
no, not that kind of
and
thing. Nothing.
revealing exchange. My question is for you, Dr. Peterson. You alluded to an important distinction between someone who would actually be an atheist and
What's
someone
up,
who
Kai?
professes
How's it
to be
going?
an atheist.
Welcome
You
in.
implied that Matt and others are not genuinely atheists. I'm curious why you think that. Is it just because we have sacred values, that everyone has sacred values? What, in your view, would a genuine atheist be like?
He'd be like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. And I can't really come up with a better answer than that because it's such a complicated question that that's the right answer.
How's your night
You know,
going, Kai?
I love that book. It's an amazing book, and it's a great thriller, by the way. If there are some of you, perhaps many of you, who haven't read it, you really should read it because it might be the greatest novel ever written. I think you can make a case for that. It's unbelievably exciting once you get into it. And Raskolnikov, he plots the perfect murder. It's so interesting because Dostoevsky, the last thing Dostoevsky ever did was make a straw man out of his opponents, let's say. What Dostoevsky did in all of his great novels was make his enemies, let's
Oh, wait,
say,
what?
or make each of the positions
the
that he was trying to contend with as powerful and admirable as he possibly could. And since he was an absolutely spectacular genius, he could really do that. And so Raskolnikov plots a murder, and he murders this horrible woman, who's horrible according to everyone who knows her, who also has enslaved her rather mentally feeble niece, and who does nothing but make people miserable consciously all the time.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna skip past this part because we've definitely watched it. No, I don't need to listen to this word salad again. You're right, Wash. Holy shit! Holy crap! Got distracted. I'm sorry. You should be
Psychological
sorry.
summation.
Testy.
Thank you. I'm curious if Matt has any thoughts on the matter.
You think?
I have plenty.
So it's rather surprising, and I promise you I don't mean this to be insulting because I definitely place you considerably higher than most of the apologists that I've engaged with. But there's a common theme from the apologists, and that is you're not really an atheist because. Now, in Dr. Peterson's case, it's you're not really an atheist
JP's
because,
voice
in my
makes you
mind,
have
an
a same
atheist
grade
is
book
someone who would be a
connection.
murderer. And so I'm just, rather than saddle you with that, you just think you're an atheist, but really you're not. From other apologists, it's
You did,
you
Mosh.
think you're an atheist, but you're not, because God's written his moral code on your heart. Is what this is essentially, as far as I can tell, what was expressed in some way, that there's a moral foundation, a moral center that God has imbued people with, and that we all know this, or we all recognize it, or you're not really an atheist, or this is what an atheist would do. An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe there's a God. I am not convinced there's a God. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm convinced there are no gods, although that is a subset of, hey, I don't believe there's a God, and then there's a subset that is, I believe there are no gods.
Okay, hold on a second. I am gonna skip past this as well because holy shit! I want to get to the actual spicy part where he like ran away like a little. Oh no. Okay, all right.
And it's time for that to end.
And Jordan Peterson is an exceptionally strange person.
It
We
is
had
crying
dinner
about
before the
gods.
event, and he was only eating meat because that's his daughter's kicked.
Yeah, the lion died or whatever.
And literally, when I say it was
lion
only eating
diet.
meat, it was the food they ordered was, I want a steak. I want it cooked on a grill that has been freshly cleaned, so there's nothing else. I want it cooked with salt and nothing else. No vegetables, no nothing. Just bring me out this slab of meat.
Wait, was that
And,
happening during this debate or
yeah,
during that
it was
time?
weird. But,
Shit!
you know, what are you going to do?
Oh, jeez.
Wait, so that was like right at the what he was like right in it. Like this was like that point, right? See, I didn't remember like when at what point did Jordan Peterson actually like kind of go down the whole benzos and meat rabbit hole. Right? That's nuts. Okay, alright, now that we've gotten over that, I think I do want to do this one. Either this one or, let me see. There was another, it's Theremin trees. Maybe let's do, is it, it's not, what was the one with, it's not debunking prophets. It's like, I'm just gonna go to his channel. This is another really good channel, by the way, for like, just like, it's not just like atheism, right? It's also like about the underlying ideas, and, morality and blah 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 blah. And I'm trying to find the thing. Oh, bending truth. I think this is I'm pretty sure that this is the one that goes over that idea of the repackaging that I brought up earlier. So I guess it's up to y'all whether y'all want to watch like the video that kind of goes. I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to get through all of this. But I just kind of want to go over at some point at least just that repackaging part. If y'all don't pick, I probably will. But I think that would be a good way to end out the night. Since it's on topic. Let's do this one because it's shorter. And I'll be able to pick out the particular part that I want for another time. So we'll do this one.
Some say that if we live in a godless universe, there's no basis for morality. That is, principles concerned with the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behaviour or character. However, for many others, religion is the problem. Their rejection of religion, far from being motivated by a wish to escape moral accountability, as some claim, reflects a conviction that it's only through abandoning certain widespread religious ideas that progress towards a truly just and
Leftist
consistent
audio? Yeah, here, I'll turn it down just a tad. I'm sorry about that. Actually, hold on. Let me turn off the gain that I put on it earlier. Default. Should be better now.
Morality is possible. This video series highlights some of the flaws in popular religious moral arguments and teachings, and offers a
still is
moral
a little bit
outlook
of
that
a
makes no
leftist
use
audio,
of
sorry
God
about that.
concepts, and is thus available to theists and atheists alike, refuting the profound misconception that gods are needed for morality.
Nah,
So on
Mosh,
what do we
I'll
base
watch those
morality?
later.
We know it's
I'll
not
cap
power.
it off.
The one with the gun might have the means to impose their wishes, but this tells us nothing about their principles. We know it's not majority preference. If the spectacle of human sacrifice...
Yo, Duality, welcome in. You're catching us at near the end of our stream, but we still got a little bit of time left. We're just going over, we went over the rest of that, the Jordan Peterson debate, and now we're kind of going over, we're going over this video about what we base our morality on, if not religion.
sacrifice is the preferred entertainment of the majority, this doesn't make human sacrifice right. We know it's not tradition. The fact that a practice may have endured for generations tells us nothing about its virtue. And although what's written in law may largely reflect what a society deems right or wrong, we know law doesn't determine morality. Laws can be unjust. When asking this question, it can be useful to consider how we go about assessing moral problems. In Society 1, children are branded witches and blamed for famines and floods. They're ostracized by their parents, starved, tortured, and killed. What can we say about this? Well, we know these disasters aren't due to magic but natural processes. So before even having to consider the moral dimension, we can reject this behaviour outright as resulting from a false view of how nature works. What makes it a moral matter is the kind of harm it involves. For things that cause no harm, moral condemnation simply isn't appropriate. For example, homosexuality is often misidentified as a moral issue, but gay relationships involve no...
Actually, so this was like, I mean, like, you know, it was like Jordan Peterson, right? He's always a bit, well, I wouldn't say cancerous all the time. Like, I mean, I would say that debate was like, it was a lot of waffle, right? It was a lot of word salad. But, like, I wouldn't say that, like, at that point, it wasn't, like, I wasn't listening to, like, a morally reprehensible, what I consider a morally reprehensible guy talking, you know what I mean? He was just, like, a fucking, kind of kooky, like, religious apologist, right? But then it was kind of funny because we learned later that as soon as he, like, apparently as soon as the debate was over, he kind of like scurried off of stage and like locked himself away in his like room and like never spoke to Matt Dillahunty again. And apparently like Jordan's producer was like, this kind of debate can never happen again. And it's like, why, Peterson? Oh no. Allegedly. Yeah, what was up allegedly? Yeah, that's fair, Rabbit. I guess there's no confirmation, but I don't know. It's like it kind of reminds me of the whole like the Sam Cedar versus Crowder thing, right? God, why am I blanking on Crowder's first name? Steven Crowder. Okay, yeah. Rabbit, no, I'm so sorry. My TTS is fucking broken. I don't know why like the free version doesn't do it. I will refund your points back to it. He did not run. He didn't. He didn't run. He fucking panicked, didn't he?
Intrinsic harm, any more than mixed ones. Indeed, when classing harmless things as immoral results in persecution, we've reason to condemn the misclassification. Are the parents in Society 1 morally blameworthy if they're genuinely ignorant of their wrongdoing?
We'll call it. We'll call it even. Here, I'll do you one better. Okay. Here, let's see if I can do this. I don't even know if it'll come through, but where is it? Here we go.
That vulture heme.
That vulture heme. Actually, there was a time where I actually went onto I think it was like Wick's channel. No, it was Wick when President Sunday was on, and I got to talk to President Sunday, and I dropped like the heme vulture the heme vulture line. What was the context of the vulture heme thing? Okay, so Ergi, were you around when the whole, like, Professor Flowers thing was going on? I came around on Sunday a bit. Yeah, I go back and forth on him for my part, right? He has had a bit of, like, a redemption arc, right? Wick, gross. So the vulture heme thing was basically... so at the time that the whole Professor Flowers and Vosh thing was happening, Heme had already kind of, like, his thing was talking to people, and you know how he talks to like a lot of different people. But one of the things he was like kind of starting to do more regularly was like if like Vosh had a spicy conversation with someone, then he'd talk to them afterwards. So he talked to like Mel, Chaos's Mel, and I think there was like one more person that he talked to after having like a blowout with Vosh or whatever. I don't know. In either case, he reached out to Professor Flowers and he had that conversation with Professor Flowers. And the whole idea was that he reached out to her being like, well, I'm not really a debate bro. I'm kind of more like a discussion bro. And like, you know, I know you just had a conversation with Vosh and I've done this before where like I've just had them on afterwards. And like, it's been a more pleasant conversations. And so when Professor Flowers came on, she then had the conversation with him. She wasn't able to understand or respond to his very, I would say, simple questions. So their discussion didn't go as planned. And so basically what ended up happening was that Professor Flowers kind of left in a huff, and basically called him white in her like follow-up videos. She didn't call him specifically white, but she did the thing where she was like, yeah, and I was like bombarded with these white cis male opinions, and she put like Heem's tweets up on there. And after that conversation, President Sunday was like basically yeah, that vulture Heem promised her a friendly discussion and then like ambushed her. Called him a coconut. I was called a coconut. I call myself a coconut. God. Yeah, no, she didn't call him a coconut. She just happened to put his tweets up when talking about white people. I don't know what. Yeah, I own it now. I'm a banana. But yeah, there were many memes many good memes came out of that one. Let me see if I actually have. Hold on. Am I able to show this to y'all? Here, let me see if I can show the sticker that I made. Unless I can, I made a sticker for the Discord. Vulture. No, I'm not gonna be able to show it. It doesn't work like it just joined the Heem Discord, and there's a sticker in there that's one that I made of Heem being a vulture. It's a good soundboard thing. I wasn't coming around Heem that much at that point. I did get, oh no. Oh yeah, I think that recently came up, right? Something. Well, I don't know if I think no, James came on. No, it wasn't Professor Flowers. Never mind. Also, Gidiox, I was trying to find that link that you had sent from Aranra, and I couldn't find it. Could you link that to me again, please?
Cats that still kill mice, or young humans who crayon expensive wallpaper immoral, because we don't attribute them with the capacity to grasp reasons for not doing so. People who harm children as witches may have their capacity for reason undermined by false teaching, and so be less blameworthy than knowing abusers. In a very important sense, moral responsibility can be said to operate within the limits of education. This is why education, especially in science, is crucial to moral progress.
Oh no, I'm dumb.
Among other things, it helps eliminate our vulnerability to superstition-based abuse. Knowing better leaves us no excuse.
I joined the Heem Discord, but I'm too afraid of the channel I'm in suddenly getting deleted and me being blinked out of its existence. Oh, Jesus. Rabbit. You're not wrong. Okay, also, I am 100% like, my brain is failing. I don't know if I'm like, I don't know if I can do any more content right now. I'm like, people give people a hard time for the Salem witch trials. But the alternative was having a bunch of witches running around, so... Jeez. Here, let's do this. It's better for newcomers now, so it's okay. Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with, like, restructuring the Discord to be more, I never had a problem with that. Here, let's turn this up just a tad. One day I really want to watch a video about the Punic Wars with Fred's Flowers. I really would like to see if she is still in the colonized people can retaliate at any point person after realizing that Africans had colonies in Europe. Okay, thank you, JDox. I think we're like, let me see. How long is it? Oh my god, it's 3 hours long. Modern day debate. Damn, this is a stream in itself. Alright, well, it's going on the list. Okay. So, JDox, I don't know if I can watch a whole 3-hour thing. It would literally take me 5 hours to go over this. I'll add this to the list of like things I'll watch on my own time, but I don't know if I can watch this on stream, you know what I mean? Is there like a good Aranra video that's like not 3 hours maybe? By chance? Stream watch. Can we do 45 minutes? No, JDox, unfortunately, I couldn't even focus on the filler video that I was watching, like, while waiting for the link, because I was, you know, I wanted to see if you were in chat, so I tagged you earlier. I couldn't even focus on that, like, my brain is, like, going out the window right now. This is shorter. If you'd want to react to it. I do, it's just like right now I am definitely winding down. Let me take a look at it though. Schooling a rabbi on evolution. Ooh, that does actually sound interesting. Also, okay, real quick, what is like with the Aran guy? Is it that he is like, because I know he's off the whole like YouTube atheist like ilk, right? But like, was there something about him that was like basically controversial or something? I think what I'm gonna do as far as this video goes, so this is going on the top of this. He's very condescending. Plus he believes God isn't even possible. Oh, so he's like the atheist. He's like the, oh, wait, hold on. There's a word for that kind of atheism, right? That's like, that's Gnostic atheism. Am I thinking correctly? That's like where you believe that there is no God. It's not that you don't have a belief in a God, or you think that you don't think that it's insufficient evidence. You just believe, I am certain that there is no God. Either way, JDox, I don't think I'll be able to get to this tonight. I am really sorry. I know I did promise you that I would go over this and then we didn't. But this is going to be on the top of my list for next time. So next time we do a react, this will be the first thing we watch. The term is hard atheism. I guess I don't have necessarily an issue with those kinds of people as long as you're not being like, I don't know, it's weird, like you're gonna get a range of people on either side anyway, right? Like you're gonna get people who are like I don't know, you're gonna get a range of people, right? Like you're gonna get Christian apologists who are really smug and like really condescending and is an evolution dude. He has some credentials in the field, and he's really, really mean to religious people after decades of arguing with creationists. And look, I can imagine that after a while you would become basically kind of a butt, right? But like, I don't know. I think it's possible to not be a butt. I mean, I think you can have a very unkind view of religion, but maybe it's not so good to not be so kind to religious people. Maybe it's just like the trade, right? Like eventually you're gonna get poisoned by all these people who, especially when it's fallacy after fallacy, or you see the same kind of arguments over and over again. I don't know, maybe you just become bitter. I think that's why, partially, why I like, because I used to, I've told you guys, I used to consume this content quite a lot, especially as I was like deconverting essentially. But after a while, I like stopped being entertaining, you know. Because at that point it was like, okay, I kind of already like have figured out what my like moral positions are. You know, I've made my like peace with death or like whatever, the afterlife, right? And then afterwards it was like, okay, well, why am I continuing to like go over the stuff, right? I'm not learning anything new from it. I'm certainly not gonna go out and debate any religious people apart from William. I'll debate William any day, but I'm certainly not gonna like start a channel and make that my thing, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's just me. I still do find watching some of the stuff, like, sometimes it's fun to go back and revisit it all, right? Alright. Should I do the Wordle before I go?
Fuck all y'all, bro. Fuck all y'all.
Hold on. Maybe we'll do the Wordle before I go. How about that? Would we like to do that? Alright, we're gonna do it. I got it in 4. Well, Rabid, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue our tradition of stealing Tuna Chip's idea of the Wordle, okay? So here's what we are going to do. Let me very quickly set this up. Alright. Away with you, Chill Hop. Away! Okay, so we're gonna do the Wordle, and here's what's gonna happen, okay? Yes, the tense negotiations. Where is the Wordle? I had it just now. Thank you. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna set up a prediction right here. Here we go. And it's gonna be, yep, nope. You still have a second, okay? And once I start this prediction, you can predict, yes, I'm gonna get the Wordle, or no, I'm not gonna get the Wordle. And here's the problem. If you bet at least 400 beans on no, then you get to ban a letter, okay? And you banning the letter, by the way, I am gonna also steal Tuna's rule of no more than 2 vowels banned total, okay? So, if you ban 400 or more beans, you can ban a letter that I will not be able to use in my guesses until the last guess. During the last guess, I can use all of the letters. Alright, now that we've gone over the rules, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You said you weren't being able to pay attention, so I think betting against is a good bet. Oh no. Alright, well, let's see. So far we have 100. No, you have to, okay, remember, you have to ban at least 400 beans in order to ban a letter. But you can also obviously, you know. Summary. 99% on fucking no. Mr. Beans in with the 10 beans on no. Mr. Beans hasn't paid attention to the script. Alright. Get in there. I like these odds. Y'all need way more beans. Is there a way to bet more beans in one click? There should be. There should be. It should say something like, bet a custom amount, right? I see now why y'all weren't. I bet 13K on you to fail. Holy shit. Here, let's look at this live. So far, we have 3 people on yes, and we have 4 on no. Mr. Bean's finally getting the memo. Jesus. Custom prediction bottom, yup. I believe. Alright, submissions are now closed, okay? So we've got about 2,000 on yes, and we have 15,000 on no, okay? So go ahead, tours, put your submissions for banned letters in the chat. Remember, you can only ban a maximum of 2 vowels, okay? So choose wisely. What's your strategy? Alright, I'll give y'all a minute to think about that. And then we'll start. Well, why am I still in Discord? Here, get out of there. Damn, I kind of look like a dick now. No! Can Testy ban like 26 letters? Absolutely not! It doesn't increase after fucking... No, that's not how that works. I'm gonna say we ban EART. Oh, is this a cheat? I bet all my points? Oh no, Testy. I hope you win. Well, I don't hope you win, actually. I hope I win. Here, let's, to remind him. Oh, are y'all going with EART? Well, let's see what Mr. Beans has to say. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Ban all. Wait, okay, so real quick, who? We have Testy, we have Urgi, we have Rabid Wombat. Alright, Testy. Are you in on this EART strategy right here? If so, I'll go ahead. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna take me like 5 years to do. Sure. Alright. Alright, bets are in. Let's see how it goes. Fuck, how am I gonna, EART? That's actually really hard. Okay, Spelling is hard, true. Rabbit, this might be a little bit, this might be a problem. How am I gonna think of a word that doesn't have, like, oh wait, hold on, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, okay, I get it, thank you. Okay. Also, if I accidentally use a banned letter, then it's considered my final, which it basically means I lose, by the way, just so y'all know. Okay. Can I do something like goofy? E-A-R, okay, wait, never mind. I really can't. This really is a, goddamn, alright. Goods. I think, actually, I'm gonna have to try to use an O or U or Y or I, right? So I was gonna write gourd, but that's an R. Shit. Oh no. I think I am gonna go with like goofy or something. I can spell. I swear I can spell. Alright. Let's go. Alright. Okay. Alright. We got an O. We got a Y. Alright. That's good. Using double letters on the first guess. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Chair fucking tipped me back. Hold on. RT is gonna get ya. Well, no, that's a hint. Also, by the way, we're not helping. The whole point is that, you know, just in case someone's in here who doesn't know, you must let me suffer in silence, okay? Okay, so we know there's not a double O. God. It has to be something with a Y. I've got many beans on this. Well, not as much as apparently Testy does. You have 1,000 beans, and Testy has 13,000 beans! Alright. This took me 4 tries? Oh, jeez. Well, I imagine that it will take me all of the tries with my handicap, right? So, could it be that we have, like, something like pound? But no, that can't be right, because the O is somewhere else, right? And we know it's not here. And we know there's a Y? Is it here? What the fuck starts with O? I don't know why I'm thinking like auto. This is gonna take me 4 years, y'all. And I can't use A. Fuck. Do I try to go for more letters? Maybe it's something like crusty. No, that can't be right. I know there's no. I'm not pressing enter. Have I tried goofy? You know what? Shut up. It could be something like. Well, I know it's not a G anymore, right? But it could be something like this. Also, no helping, Mosh. I know, I do appreciate it, but I also can't use oath. I can't spell oath right now because I can't use A. But I guess I'll keep that in mind for the last guess. But I don't think it's oath. It doesn't have an Y in it. What did I just type? Could be something like ornery. No. I had an idea just now and then I like completely lost it. Also, why is the Y at the end? Now, it could be something like drone. It could be something like drool. There we go with the second double O. No, we can't do that because of R. No. I should have put all my points in the GAC. They would have matured faster. I'm sorry, Rabbit. This is one thing that you'll find with me. Like, I like the handicap that Tuna uses, but I'm nowhere near as good at the Wordle as Tuna, so it just ends up with me taking way longer to do it. It doesn't help that the fucking handicap really... Okay, I can't use fucking R. Okay, let me just try a different tactic then, okay? Choice? No, I can't use. Is this an approved word? E-A-R-T. No. I just need letters. Right? There's an E in it too. You better not be talking about the answer, my friend. Oh, and choice? Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'm gonna try this one. Fuck. Okay, alright, okay. We have an N. Where the fuck is this O? It's gotta be either at the end or at the beginning. O-N-Y? Could it be like O? No, it can't be O-N-Y. It could be something like, well, I know that this isn't, I don't know if this is a real word. Like a real, this, I feel like this is more, this is like Filipino, right? What? I leave for 2 minutes and you start slurring, oh no! I just tried doing today's Wordle, but I got a different one than you. Argy, you might have, you're ahead of me, right? I think it does update by time zone. Okay, also, this is, no, Testy, no. Okay, yeah, no, but seriously, this could be the word. I can't use this yet, can I? Wait, E-A-R-T. I have to keep reminding, but I have to write this on my fucking self, okay? Here, let me do that, because I am really fucking bad. The tired slurs. Watch me, like, struggle with a fucking pack of post-it notes. Oh, here's a sheet of paper. Jesus. Alright, oops. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna go for this, even though I'm pretty sure I know the Y is not at the end. I don't even know if this is gonna be an accepted word. No, it's not a word list. Now it could be something like, but we know that the K isn't. Is there something? Is this a word? No, that sounds bad. Wonky? Is it wonky? Could it? No, it can't be wonky. Wait, why am I even doing K again? I can't even do K. I shouldn't be doing K. Showing wrong tab. Oops, sorry about that. Oh wait, oh that's what happened. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Now it could be something like... Oh no. The N has got to be in the middle. Okay? But then, so it could be N-O-Y. But then that doesn't... Try a different slur. Alright, go ahead, tell me the slur. Bob starts saying slurs. Okay, I have to start writing this down. I think this is my problem, is I can't focus on this. Okay, so you've got... I'm almost certain that it's like N-O something. And Y is probably at the start. Maybe I can just do like a Y word. And... Well, I know I can't do this one. Try. I can't. Testy, fuck off. Jesus fucking Christ. Here, how about this one? That has almost all the letters. Can I do... No. No, the fucking Y has to be in the middle. The Y has to be in the middle, or it has to be at the start. Why does Y have to be in the middle? Well, Y can't be at the end, right? I guess there's a situation in which the Y can be the one before the last, right? But I can't think of any other than, like, if there's, like, a word that ends in Y-E, right? But with the N, like, no. Because it's yellow? No. Also, no helping. Oh, because it's yellow. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, you're asking a question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, okay, so it's yellow, which means that it's in the word, it's just in the wrong place. So I have 3 letters so far. I have Y, O, and N. I promise we're all trying to hinder you. Yeah, no, it's working. Okay, let's do a bullshit word so that at least, like, we get the fucking, placement of the letters correctly. Okay, so I think what I want to try is a word that has the N in the middle. Maybe like... Fuck, I can't write hinge. I was gonna write hinge. Burn those guesses? Yes? Fuck. Okay. Not N. Let's do L. Let's do B-O-N-E-S. I don't think that has any... I think I'm gonna try this one. It doesn't have any band letters. Let's go with that. Fuck! Okay, alright. Not great. Would you mind if I asked what got you into streaming? I don't know. I thought I'd like it. Kind of watching him, honestly, and having seen the conversations he had. Rabbit, don't act like you're so sad. Come on. Okay. So, I guess this did tell us a couple things, okay? Almost certainly there's gotta be an E in this word. The N could be at the end. Or the start, okay? And now we know for sure that the O is not... The O has gotta be in the last three letters. I have faith in you. No, you don't, Rabbit! You literally bet on me to lose. You do not have faith in me. I'm just trying something out here. I'm not entering... What the fuck? Faith, you're gonna lose. Jesus Christ. What even starts with, what are even words that start with Y? Yield? Yield is a... Yield? No, but then that's... Yonder? No, that's 6 letters. Getting stun locked is more fun with others watch, I guess. I don't know, okay, seriously, is me getting stun locked actually entertaining to y'all? Because, like, sometimes I get annoyed that I get so stun locked, but if it's entertaining, it's entertaining. I'm not gonna look a gift my tart yet. I'm gonna put in an anti-Ergy rule next time that one person doesn't get to pick all the letters. I'm here for the stun lock. God. Also, it's been so long that I'm like actually tired of the fucking tense music. Hold on, this has gotta go. We're gonna find a different tense music, okay? It's too. Ooh. All right. I need to have the fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music. We'll get that music up when it's the last 2 guesses, okay? My 26,000 points. Make the song. Yeah, no, Rabbit. That's literally what it literally is. By the way, I just want you to know, I'm literally looking up like D&D music because I know it's gonna be long. I can't use things that loop, but apparently that one did. It looped a little bit too much for me. Okay, what if we went with like, fuck, no, I can't use O so much. Also, where is this fucking O supposed to go? And where's the Y supposed to go? I'm not even thinking any straight right now. Okay, wait. I know I'm not entering, right? But like it can't be yield. This is really throwing me off that it's not at the end. Man, am I gonna have to give up on this? Could it be something like layer? No, but then there's an O in it. Lawyer? wander. Never give up, just go down in a ball of flames, honestly. Okay, I wonder if it can be like something like either yonder, but yonder is 6 letters. And we already know it's not on. Not entering this. Wordle Rico love? Just saying. Oh no, duality. You're giving up on me? If I knew what the other vowel was, I think. Or if I knew what the other consonant was, I think that's even better. That would be better, right? Okay. I think what I'm gonna do... what ends in... I'm not gonna do this, but something like that, where the O is at the end, and we can like finally determine where the fuck the O goes. And try to get out some other letters at, like... Wino. Oh, rhino. No, fuck! R! God damn it. Spine. I could always cheat. No, I need to use the N at the end. Sorry, nonce! How about that? That'd be fun. I can't use E. I could do something like fancy, but that's A. Fancy? How about like fundy? Is Bruno even a word? No, it's not. Okay, it does have to be something with an the at the end. And also, you know what? I haven't used like hundo. Is that even a word? Oh shit, it's a word. Oh my god, and it doesn't even fucking help me. How is hundo a word? I didn't expect it to be a word. I thought it was gonna bump me back. Okay. Alright. Last two. Let's see. And hundo was his name. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, this is killing me. Why did I also put the N right here when I had just then... Okay, you know what? It's fine. I have trouble thinking of words, okay? I'm just gonna memorize a bunch of like 5-letter words next time, okay? By the way, apparently this is the whole word, okay? There's a Y in here somewhere. Noyo. That's the word. Now, also, you know what we didn't ever try is N at the end. Fuck. We could have done that, but I instead chose to go with the O at the end. Okay, hold on. Now this is actually fucking me up. This has got to start with O. There's no way. I guess there's a word like gloat. No, but the O is not in the fucking... No, that's not how that goes. It's gotta start with O. Hundo, $100. Yeah, I mean, well, I thought it was slang, you know? I didn't realize that it was actually a word. Like, I've always heard people say, like, hey, can you lend me a hundo? Or something like that, like, or like a, I don't know. Orifice. That's totally a word. Alright, I'm gonna try to wrap this up because it's literally taking me half an hour to finish a fucking Wordle. It's in the dictionary. See, I didn't even... God damn it. Okay. Ploys. Is this a word? This has been very entertaining. I'm glad it's entertaining for you. This is awful. Ooh, we could do like that, but I know I can't like slime, slink. Ploys is 100% a word. Okay, I mean, I am gonna try ploys because here's the thing, right? I can't think of like. I don't think ploys is really going to help me because it's not, right? Like the O, I already know the O isn't here. All I would be gaining is just seeing whether there's a P, there's an L. I already know there's no S. I'd literally only be gaining to see whether the Y is right fucking here. No, I know, dude. I know it's not your. I'm not going off on you. I swear. I'm just annoyed at myself. Can we help now? Wait, you bet on me to lose. Why would you want me to get this tooth? Oh, are you hungry? Waiting on me. Okay. All right. Okay. Fine. I'll grant you mercy. Okay. Can I please give her a handicap? Okay. I am gonna just go with it. Fuck my life. She has a fighting chance. No. Alright. Nope. Nope. It's over. Okay. There's no way. There's no way. You fuckers. I'm so sorry. I had the perfect word. Okay. Now you could use any letter. Yeah, and a fat lot of good it'll do me, huh? Okay, what the fuck is even this word, okay? Even if I can use all of the letters, what was the... Okay, there's yield, which there's no way. It's gotta have O, it's gotta have N, it's gotta have a Y. Oh my god, it's gonna be some stupid shit that, Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give myself 2 minutes. Not with that attitude. I'm like literally writing this stuff down, okay. Okay. It's gotta be Y-O-N. Right? It's gotta end with Y-O-N. There's no way that it can be anything else. The O has to go at the start or at the end. Okay. Like, that's really all there is. So, I just googled the answer. If you get it, I would be amazed. Jesus. Girl power. Okay. Can we use the banned letters against the tours? Okay, because I'm trying to think of something that starts like, okay, something with the Y-O-N. I hate that you can't just like drag letters, right? Because I'm trying to think what would like, it can't be Eon. Aeon. What haven't we used? We haven't used T-E-Y-O-N. Okay, wait a second. Up your Chris, you can't go your road. Yeah. Okay, wait. What about this? That's a word. That's a material. If it's this, I swear to God. Okay, hold on. Let me before I lose it. Okay. Okay, fuck it. No fucking way. No. Yo! What the fuck? Holy shit! The fix is it! Right? No! Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god! No way! Did you know? Erky, did you know what the word was when you banned the letter? Because honestly, that was the only reason I even thought about using R in the first place. We need third-party forensic examinations of all her comms. Mr. Bean, you can, okay, here. Mr. Beans is sitting like in that corner and he can certify this election, okay? Alright, you fuckers. Let's see. How many points? 15,000. Storm the Capitol. Alright. Believers. Believers won today, and I want to know how much you won, okay? Please tell me how many points you got as a result of this. For believing in me. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you personally. Duality, Jiox, Addicted to Mosh with the 10 points on Believe. I think this happened last time I bet against you. My only consolation is that Testy got royally fucked. I'm sorry, Testy. I'm sorry. But the Believers won today. Alright, let me know who got the points. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, you fuckers. I am gonna let's go somewhere. Where are we going? How many points did y'all get? A clip and we can watch it over and over again. Alright. Alright. Let's calm it down just a second. Watching that agony was worth 1k points. Jesus. Oh, listen, I'm glad it benefits someone, okay? Rigged. Alright, who are we going to? I would go, I see Wick is on, but I feel like he's usually ending around last word. You get it. Thank you so much for believing me. How much do you get? Also, who do y'all want to go to? I was gonna raid into female Unix, but I don't think she's streaming anymore. My god, why is Twitch recommending me poly people? Rob Noor? Katie? What the? Rampage Paul or Star? Okay, yeah, I'll do Star. Let's go to Stardust. Alright, y'all. Okay, we are gonna be back. Oh, here we go. Look, before we do this, here, hop into my Discord. She's on the same panel as Wick. Okay. Oh, okay. Really? Alright, then here. You know what? Yeah, no, let's still go to Star. Let's go to Star still, okay? Get in the Discord. We're gonna be doing our regular Pokemon Leaf Green on Sunday. I don't know what time yet, but I will announce it in the Discord. But y'all go ahead and have a great night. I will see you on Sunday. Have fun, everyone. Good night.